Alright, chat room, we're gonna have a short stream today. Or if you're watching the VOD, it's probably going to be a shorter VOD, but you get to see the length of the video, so I actually don't know how long this is gonna be, but whatever, we're here today. Doing some stuff. Weekend stream, true! Candy had some work she needed to do, so she's out at like a crafting store right now. I think she's gonna pick me up some snacks, which would be lovely because I am starving, but, you know, it is what it is. Anyway, we're gonna be streaming for a little bit today. I thought I had some time. I had that Minecraft itch, you know the one just at the back of your head, and you're like, oh yeah, play Minecraft. You have projects to do, things to build. And so then I was like, I'm gonna log in, maybe clear a couple of blocks. And then I was like, wait, I shouldn't log in and clear blocks off stream. And I was like, I wonder, let's just have like a short little background stream sort of thing today, right? Just a little thing. As you do. And so here we are. And that's what we be doing. Yeah. Hockey Tree, Fun Smuggler, Miss Castle. Thank you guys for being here at the top of the stream. So like I said, I logged in for a few minutes and I was like kind of just running and jumping in circles and looking at the experience gain and what have you. And then I was like, wait, let's check this. And I noticed that we had 41 skulls in here, which means that the filter is now pushing skulls through. And that means that there's one floating skull here, so it's 42 of buffer, and that's very normal. That's what the filters do. But whoa, it went up again. It was 3 just a minute ago whenever I started the stream. It was 3. So now we have 6 skulls, which I think is just wild, honestly, because really, I started this thing with 1 skull. We've then used 6 skulls to summon and kill 2 wither for the wither roses that we need. So add 6 skulls to this. So 42 minus 1, so it's 41. 41 plus 12, because it's plus 6 plus 6. So, that's 53 skulls that we've gotten out of this farm yet. So far, 53 skulls. Is that more skulls than I've even got in this entire playthrough up to this point? Has this farm already surpassed the number of skulls that I have used in this world prior? 53? How many beacons do we have? 4 in the nether. And so that's 3, 6, 9, 12. So there's 12 skulls in the nether. And then I think that we have... in the overworld, do we have... how many skulls do we have in the overworld? I'm curious. Is it like 3 in each corner? So that'd be 9 skulls per corner. See, 1, 2, 3, 4. And then 2. It's 2 in each corner. So this is 6, 12, 18, 24. So 36 skulls in our overworld beacons. Do I have a beacon set up where we're gonna build the Hall of Fame faces? I do. So that's 39 skulls. Is that it? Have I only farmed 39 skulls manually? I only have 39 skulls worth of beacons set up. The farm may have already produced more skulls than I have used in the rest of this world. Which to me is just wild. Anyway, it's doing very well, but still not as well as we would like it to be. I think that the experience gain isn't as consistent as we would like it to be for the purposes of using like mending AFK farms. So as I was just chilling, thinking about potentially, perhaps, maybe, possibly, Hanazo, look back, thinking about potentially, maybe, perhaps doing a stream. I did fly around a bit. 6 skulls, man. That's nice. I found another section platform that we had like started. Yeah, here it is. Oh, and I missed it. That we had started but not finished. Look at all of these piglin. This is a problem. So I figured that maybe we just do a little bit of this today. No! Whoa, I'm withered. Where did a wither skeleton? Oh, that's right. Okay. Okay. I am just like all sorts of struggling here. No. I missed it. I wanted to try to body block it. Bro, I am struggling. Am I okay? Maybe we shouldn't be streaming, goodness. Let's go get some slabs and some new fire resistance potions. Because apparently I might die. Okay, let's just full stock. Let's get a bunch of slabs. Let's get a bunch of... I'm almost out of rockets. And while we're at it, let's get more torches, ender pearls, and then clear some areas. Just a chill nether mining stream then? Yeah, pretty much. As you do. And apparently not dying. Because, like, that was sloppy. I will admit. Ow. Land. That was clean, though. We'll grab some extras, because why not? Some torches. I can make some torches over here with my tree farm output. Yeah, 5. What else do we need? Oh, golden carrots. Oh, yes. think pumpkins are my favorite things to trade. Okay. And now let's go back to the nether. Oh, no. I need slabs, which means I need diorite, which means I need cobblestone and quartz, right? Repair bow. No, bow is okay for now, but I appreciate you looking out for me. It's got basically 400 arrows left. It's, when you have unbreaking on something, it's basically, multiply by the level of unbreaking plus 1. So, like, if you have unbreaking 1, you multiply the durability 2, because it's unbreaking 1 plus 1, so you multiply the Oh, Wandering Trader! Blue ice I'm kind of interested in, sand I'm kind of interested in. We'll trade them, but I'm not happy about it. I still want... I still want moss from a Wandering Trader. Where'd you go? No, come back. Okay. Oh, I should kill him. Look away. Violence. I woke up today and I chose violence. Excuse me. Bro, they got the llamas with the jukes? You know what? How did this happen? This is... Okay, I'll just throw these emeralds down. What'll happen is they'll go into the chest that's below. And then I'll Silk Touch, pick up the gray stained glass to then replace the gray stained glass. And then I'll go pick up the emeralds that are now in this chest. Okay. It's my stance. It's how I'm sitting in my chair. That's what the issue is. Okay. Sand goes in here. Ice goes in there. We then go back into the nether. No, wait. We got our cobblestone, so we can get our quartz from the bartering farm. Easy clap. No, wait. I actually only want 3. Diorite. Polished diorite. Diorite slab. Okay, so now let's find that spot that had somehow the wither skeleton on it. It was just, he has like the tiniest area that he's able to spawn, and he spawned on it. And it's that. What was that Enderman holding? Gravel? Oh, come on, bro. I wasn't looking at you. This is where the wither skeleton spawned, for sure. For sure. Is that all of it? It looks like all of it. Okay, it wasn't all of it. Okay, now was that? Nope, still not all of it. Okay, now I think it's all of it. Yeah, good. Okay, I'll just cut out, like, right there. Yeah? Okay. Whew. Hey, JBS, what's up? Alright, so we clear this out. And we get another amount of zombie piglin. At least 3. I think whenever I had checked this, like I said, I like ran in circles for a few minutes before I started the stream. And before, whenever I was over in this space, I want to say that there was like 10 over here. And so hopefully we get like a pretty significant chunk of mob cap back by clearing this area. This seems like another problem spot, you know? And it was so close to being done as well. I can't believe that we just didn't finish it when we had found it the other day. Now, let's do it this way. Oh, he just walked off the edge for us. Thanks, bro. See, like, where does he come from? I don't know. I like how our iron golem's just chilling there now. Excuse me, Mr. Zombie Piglin. You guys are kind of in the way. Not so much so that it's a problem, but enough that it's an annoyance. An annoyance. Goodness. Hey, Clawley, how's it going? If there's like mobs that spawn back in this space. Yeah, probably. We're chilling. I mean, it's a nice Sunday afternoon stream, as you do. I had that itch, that urge to get some projects done in Minecraft, and then I logged in, and I was like kind of jumping circles around my world, and I started to break a couple of blocks, and I was like, no. If you're gonna break some blocks, you need to turn on the stream. So I was just like, okay, we'll just have like a little short, casual Sunday afternoon stream. Just low pressure, low effort, you know? Goodbye, Mr. Zombie Piglin. Yeah, enjoy your lava bath. He doesn't die, for the record. Zombie Piglin don't die in lava. But still, I hope he enjoys himself. I'm gonna break these out. Yeah. We also need to find or isolate where... Oh, it's probably on that, actually, where he spawned. Okay, here's what I think we do, is I think we get down to, like, this spot. And we'll just clear out from here. Make some nice progress. That's not what... Those aren't the buttons I pushed. Make some nice progress, and then we'll worry about that area in a moment. Saturday stream? Isn't it Sunday? It's Sunday, not Saturday. Bruno, let's go. Playing without streaming is dangerous. I've had several friends that lost their world when they were offline. Ooh, that's the worst thing, right? I mean, that's kind of what happened to our second world. I was AFK in a fishing farm overnight, and it was made completely out of cobble, but somehow something got in and killed me. And it's like the best guess, it was built right next to a village, so my best guess is that like maybe a fight broke out, maybe a skeleton shot at an iron golem, missed, hit a creeper, and then the creeper blew up right next to my cobblestone hut, leaving a hole in the side of the hut, which then monsters got through and killed me. And like, I know that sounds outlandish, but like, talk to me here. How else could I have died while I was inside of a cobblestone hut? It was pure cobblestone. So it was like, Enderman couldn't get in. It couldn't have been like deconstructed by an Enderman and then a monster got in that way. There was a 1x1 hole in the roof, but it was slabbed at the top and it was like 5 blocks up. So like a zombie couldn't have gotten up there or spawned up there. I was like, I have no idea. And you know, you get to go into spectator when it happens. And so like, we saw a hole in the side of our cobblestone. But I mean, I don't know what happened. Good day to do some cleanup. Doing a cleanup of your base. I need shulkers and I know I have random ones. I have full everywhere. Nice. It's true though, it is a good day for cleanup. Sundays are usually Candy's cleanup days as well, in real life. I'm very much so, my philosophy in keeping the house clean is never empty hands. That's how I approach it. Never empty hands. So what this means is, as you go from room to room and place to place inside your house, you should look for and pick things up and put them away as you move from room to room, right? So if I'm in like my office, or I'm in the living room or dining room, and I see that a plate or a cup was left out, I pick it up and I put it in the sink, and boom, that keeps my house a little cleaner. Or like, maybe I left my laptop out, and so as I walk through the living room, my hands are empty, and so I pick up my laptop, now my hands are full, and I put it away in my like destination. So never empty hands. Candy isn't very good at that. And so she's like, no, I need a day. I need to set aside time where I can just do the thing that I want to do. And so she says, Sundays are my cleaning days. And I'm like, yo, if that's what works for you, I guess that's what works for you. If you were in a village, did it have a villager breeder? No, it didn't have a villager breeder, but, you know, it was a pretty high population. There was a lot of villagers in it, so it could have spawned an iron golem naturally. If, yeah, zombies can spawn no matter what light level and no matter what distance, they'll spawn anywhere if there's a villager breeder. I don't think that's what happened. I mean, there was a hole in the side of the hut that I was using as the fishing farm. So it wasn't like a zombie had spawned inside with me for like a zombie raid. It was like something had... A creeper had to have blown up to have made the hole. It was a creeper hole, for sure. And so it was very clearly a creeper hole blew up, and then something got in and killed me. I think my death message was a spider death. And so I was like, how does a creeper just explode randomly in the wild? And the best thing that I could figure is that An iron golem spawned, a skeleton shot at it, missed, shot a creeper, and the creeper chased down the skeleton who ran towards my hut and blew up there. That's the best. That's the best guess I've got. Nah. I was thinking about popping a fire resistance potion. I don't think I care that much. Okay, maybe I care. There's a lot of freaking magma blocks here. Yeah, I'd make it just easier. I didn't mean to destroy that. That's whatever, though. All right. Whew, more area cleaned up. Wait, was the area you were in a 1x1x2? No, it was like maybe a 5x8 on the interior, and then a fishing farm built inside of it with me. Oh, hey, I got a text message, probably from Candy. It is from Candy. She said, "Sounds good. Just got done at the craft store. Gonna stop by the grocery store." And then she'll be on her way home. Perfect. You're responding to her. Sounds good. I like you. Okay. What's the hardest thing to achieve in hardcore? A lot of people... I was just about to say that, Hanazo. A lot of people have said guardian farms are pretty hard. I haven't made one yet in hardcore, so I can't speak to it, but I would say that this wither farm is probably some of the... I haven't gotten dangerously close on stream, but I would say that this has been very dangerous. As the farm gets more and more completed, the likelihood of me dealing with cramming is higher and higher. Cramming is very dangerous in hardcore. I would say that cramming is probably the most risky thing I have experienced in hardcore. It doesn't matter what you're cramming. But then thinking about a wither farm, and you have one of the harder hitting mobs that also have a damage over time that is not mitigated by a totem of undying. So like say a blaze hits you and you pop a totem to a blaze, well the totem then gives you fire resistance. And so it kind of acts as a mitigation to the damage that the... Man, there's a lot. It acts as a mitigation to the blaze damage. So while building say a blaze spawner or a blaze farm, you still have to worry about cramming, but a totem kind of makes it not scary to just be fighting the blaze. Whereas with a wither farm, you have to deal with cramming and the wither effect, which I would say is pretty spooky. You have lost 3 worlds attempting guardian farms? Are guardians really that difficult? Sad to lose 200 hours being dumb with charged creepers. Oh, big sad. But now I get to live in a sunken ship for the start of the world, trying at your challenge, no torches. Yo, good luck. My plan, if I ever do it, would be building a pumpkin farm right away with a carved pumpkin, an AFK pumpkin carver, excuse me, right away. And that would give you, and then you'd still get to craft torches. So then you craft jack-o'-lanterns and use jack-o'-lanterns for the world. The alternative is like sea lanterns, but then that means rushing a guardian farm, and that seems spooky. There are just so many, and they are hard to get away from. Man, am I really gonna have that many problems with guardians? This makes me so curious. Like, hang on. We're definitely gonna go back and clean up that area. But now you've piqued my curiosity, chat. Where was my guardian farm? It's down one of these pathways. Is it this one? Is this the witch farm or the guardian temple? Or the ocean monument? This is the witch hut. Yeah, there's the witch hut. Okay. Hell yeah. Is it this way? I think it is. And this is that nether fortress in the Soul Sand Valley. Yeah, this is it for sure. So like, yeah, concede, there's a lot. I mean, if it's as bad as you say it is, I'm gonna have my second totem ready. So like, yeah, guardians. Okay, let's let one hit me now. And I'm not putting on all of my gear. Part and a half. Oh, yeah, there it is. There's that chunking. Okay, so that's what you're referring to. It's this. It's the just slam, slam, slam that happens. When like 2 or 3 are hitting you at the same time. I do keep getting pretty lucky in that these guardians are like hitting squids or something other than, and not me. They do hit pretty hard though. Yeah, I mean that's tough. I see it. So you definitely, before ever even considering a guardian farm, want a resistance regen beacon, for sure. Okay, stop. Okay, I see it. I see it. So, like, once we get to this project, we, like, maybe get under the ocean right here-ish. As close as we can, dealing with mining fatigue. We'll bring a lot of milk buckets with us. And place a beacon in such a way that we have resistance regen active at all times. In 117, you can get some axolotls to help you. That's true. That's true. Are axolotls powerful enough to make a difference or a dent in like a horde of guardians? Invis also means no armor, which is scary AF. I wouldn't do that. I don't think I would. I was already thinking it. I was like, I wouldn't do Invis. That's too spooky for me. I would be much more likely to... This is wild for me to say, but this shows how how little of a chance we have of me using an invisibility potion. I would be more likely to clear a desert and then bring all the sand and fill the entire area in from the sky than I would be to use an invis potion to enter an ocean monument. I just wouldn't do it. Oh, well, this is kind of convenient. If I clear out, what is this? Up to 452, we immediately get results. Which is like right here. Oh, I still have mining fatigue. That's awkward. Oh, for 37 seconds. LOL. Well, huh. I think, yeah, we'd go from here, actually. So, planning this out, excuse me, with his enchanted sword. I think I just mine over from, like, this point. Even though it will get a little awkward at times as I have to dig through basalt, but, you know, we'll deal with it. I'm curious about the... Oh, hey, yeah, I'll show you. Am I be in this world? Am I not be? It was a project that I was interested in doing for a long time. And maybe, I don't know, maybe we still go back and pursue it more. But it was way back in the day, oops. I had this idea for like a series of YouTube videos that I thought would be fun or interesting. This is, basically everything about this is very out of date now. But it was the idea of a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12. So this is a 13 by 13 by 13 cube. That has as many different farms in it as I possibly could figure. So like right off the bat, this is, and all of this is built for like Minecraft 1.12, 1.14, something like that. So keep that in mind. So with that being said, we have very clearly a carrot farm. So you have just a villager here. and a small little carrot farm. And then you have a second villager who, and you can see that this guy doesn't even have a composter. This is when brown robe villagers weren't generic, they were the farmers. And so this was like a 13 by 13, so there's a carrot farm, and this is supposed to give you a lot of carrots. And here's a chicken farm, and you could see that you could farm raw chicken via water, cooked chicken via lava, or eggs via one of these levers. So this was, now we have carrots, raw chicken, cooked chicken, eggs. So that's 4 things. And then this was a little bitty mushroom farm, and so this gave you, and clearly this broke too, but this would give you brown mushrooms, red mushrooms, and so now we're up to 6 items inside of this 13 by 13 space. And then over here we had a small little, this was a pumpkin farm, and so now you have, I don't know why these are carved pumpkins, but this was supposed to just be regular pumpkins. So now you have 7 items in this 13 by 13 space. And then over here, you have a sugarcane and cactus farm. So now you have 9 items in this 13 by 13 space. And now over here, this was a melon farm, so this was giving you melon slices, and clearly this broke. So now you have 8 items in this 13 by 13 space. And then at the very top, you had a bunch of villagers set up in the old way of doing iron golem farms. So this then gave you iron golems, so iron and poppies. And so now you had 11 items being farmed completely automatically in a 13 by 13 cube. I don't remember where you access the iron from the iron golems at, but it was somewhere. Maybe that part was unfinished. Oh yeah, and you can see that the lava is right here. And this is how you killed the iron golems. And like, look at the redstone for like the chicken farm and like the back of the sugarcane and the cactus farm, and then where the iron golems are dying. All of this was like super dense and pretty compact. And like, you could even go crazier now with even more dense farms. Like, I think that you could probably, in hindsight, you could make a smaller mushroom farm. Actually, I think I only counted 1 mushroom, not 2 mushrooms. So, maybe it's 12 items. I don't remember how I counted. Anyway, point still stands. So you could probably make a smaller mushroom farm and squeeze something else in here. Like maybe a spot where the player could AFK inside of this mining cobblestone. There definitely seems like enough space here for a like maybe 1 or 2 cell cobblestone farms. So yeah, and iron golem farms can be significantly smaller now. Yeah, I've seen those, like the 3 by 3 by 3 iron golem farms. Oh, I didn't count feathers. That's true. You would also get feathers out of this. So this was a concept that like Seth Bling did something not exactly like this, but he posed a question to his community, and it was something like, what is the longest clock that you could get in a 5 by 5 by 1 space? And so he and his community iterated and iterated and iterated until he had a clock that was long enough in a 5 by 5 by 1 space. So just like a freaking little thing like this, that was like 1,000-year clock. And it was ridiculous, right? And his first design was like, oh, this is a 36-hour clock in a 5 by 5 by 1 space. And then they iterated and iterated, and it was like, okay, now this is a 2-month clock. And then he had another follow-up video, and it's like, oh, now this is a year-long clock, and blah, 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 blah. And it was very cool to see those iterations happen over and over and over. And what I would be interested in, because I love farming, that's the part of Minecraft that I really enjoy, is like, what if we set some arbitrary limit for ourselves, like a 11 by 11, an 11 cube, or a 13 block cube, or and then you could do this at all the various different sizes of like, what about a 7 block cube, or etc, etc. In 1.12 there was only 1 type of pumpkin, so maybe carve became that on upgrading. That checks out. I think you're right. It's been so long, I don't even remember, honestly. But that does go to show, Tree, how antiquated this is. This was built for a different version of Minecraft, one that no longer exists. Or one that, I mean, it still exists, but one that's no longer relevant. So I park my character right here in this world. So I think that could be a fun thing to do at some point, is to just find and then iterate on a, you know, arbitrarily chosen size, 7x7, 9x9, 11x11, etc., etc. No particular reason per size, and then just say, I actually wanted this at 52 is where we're going to do our first break, so that'd be right here. Well, it's not even that big. I do think it would be a fun project, though, to just be like, hey, how many different unique items can you automatically farm inside of a 11x11 space? And I think that, like, chicken farms are a great thing of this, because the chicken farm, like the one that I've got built, the one that we worked on the other day, right here, is 3 blocks wide by 4 blocks tall by, you know, do you count the buttons on the front? Do you count the levers on the front? Technically, you probably should, but, like, morally and thematically, I think that we could all understand that, like, the button interface is, you could probably say, like, oh, we don't have to count the buttons. So if you don't count the buttons, then it's 5 blocks deep. If you do count the buttons, then it's 6 blocks deep. So a 3x4 by 5 or 6. So 3x4 by 5 or 6. That's a pretty small thing that's giving you raw chicken, cooked chicken, eggs, and feathers. And it's like, that's pretty good. Vines or something else, you could say AFK farm for vines. Maybe I would have like an arbitrary thing to say like only one AFK farm, right? And that would be where you AFK to then engage the rest of the farms, right? Like if you had an AFK vine farm, is that really fair to say that you are getting vines and cobblestone at the same time? I would say not, because you can only farm one of them at a time due to the nature of being AFK. Yeah, max 1 player interacting with you. Exactly. And so, my arbitrary limit would be like an 11x11 or an 11 block cube with a maximum of 1 AFK farm, not counting buttons or the interface on the outside of the cube, which means that chicken farm could be built on the far edge of it with the buttons overhanging. And then ask the players or ask the community, yo, how many farms can you get to fit in this 11x11 cube? I think that's a cool project. I think it's interesting. Hey, what up, Beltran? Cobble can be farmed automatically, though. I mean, are you really building like a wither containment area on the inside of your 11x11 cube? You could. I mean, you could. It totally fits the rules or the theme of the challenge. But like, bro, are you really building a wither containment area in there, or a TNT duper in it? You totally could. But like, that feels like a lot of space that you're giving up inside this 11x11 space. One question on those arbitrary rules: would this farm block be in the void, as this would make raid farms viable, which generates a lot of items? Ooh, that's a question. It was my understanding that players had to move away and then back to make raid farms work. But like, maybe my understanding is wrong or antiquated. Yes, I would say that the theme of this build it is a void build. It has to be, because I'm thinking like, what if you, not that you can do this, but conceptually, what if on one end of the cube you could build a witch hut, right? So I would say that this farm could be built anywhere you want, actually. That's what I would say. Conceptually, obviously an 11 block cube is too small to get hostile mobs to spawn on the other side of your cube. But conceptually, if you have a way of doing that, it should be allowed. So, like, by that logic, if you could, say, punch a zombie to then use the reinforcement mechanic to spawn more zombies, to then create a zombie drop farm, I would say that that's allowed. So you could then conceptually put this in a place where, say, like, you could put yours in a guardian temple. You could put it in a swamp on top of a witch hut. Wherever you want to put your 11 block cube, I would say go for it. Which means that you could even build it around spawners. So I would say that this, wherever you build it, it has to be possible inside of Minecraft. And I would even say that it has to be reasonable. Like, conceptually, you're not going to get a skeleton spawner, a spider spawner, and a zombie spawner all within an 11 block space. That's not possible. So like, maybe an arbitrary rule is 1 spawner per cube. Don't even need to punch them, just use snow golems. That'll spawn reinforcements. There you go. You could have a snow golem spamming snowballs at a zombie. The zombie then spawns reinforcements, which you could kill automatically. That seems good and fair. Yeah, I would say 1 spawner per cube and 1 AFK machine per cube. Because you're just not going to find a spot in your world that reliably has 2 spawners. Like, that is, you're seed hunting at that point. And I think that breaks the thematic of what the cube farm is. It's supposed to be something that is like a fun thing that you could just plop down anywhere in your world. And like, sure, if you need to build it around a specific spawner, that's fine. But like, to say like, oh hey, I found a spider spawner that's within 11 blocks of a zombie spawner, no. The music is just a Minecraft soundtrack. I'll link it to you manually. If you'd be able to move the player to use multiple AFK farms, I'd consider it valid. I would too, actually. I would agree with that. Sorry, I haven't cleared anything. This has been such a... I love this concept. I've been thinking about it for a while. We'll clear out to that spot next, so I don't have to worry about basalt. Yeah, so conception, and like more things could exist as well. Like maybe you build it in a snow biome. So that way you could get glass, or excuse me, ice and snow In powdered snow, you could absolutely do that. And so you could say like, then I wonder if that gets to a weird thing. Of like, now you have to find X spawner in X biome. X spawner in Y biome. So like, let's say that you wanted to build it around, let's say you wanted to build it around a zombie spawner, because zombies can drop like rotten flesh, armor, weapons, carrots, potatoes, etc. Right? Zombies have a pretty large drop pool. Would building your cube on a zombie spawner in a snow biome, so that way you could get, you know, ice, snow layers, snowballs rather, ice, snowballs, and powdered snow, is that too much to ask? A zombie spawner in a snow biome? Does that defeat the purpose or intent of the cube? I don't know. Give me some days or weeks and whatever, I'll send an update on it. I would love to see that. I would love to see that. We can set the limit to one location. Yeah, that's what I was kind of thinking, like one spawner or one biome specific place. Because like, is it then conceptually possible to have a witch hut that is also within range of a spawner? And again, if you have to then go seed hunting to find your conditions, I think that does break the rule or the theme of this like cubed build. You basically need a zombie spawner to make it really viable. Well, I don't think so, because I think that, like we discussed, you could use a snow golem shooting a zombie to spawn reinforcements to then get zombie spawns, to get zombie drops, which means that you could then build it around a skeleton farm, and like a skeleton spawner, and then you could use wolves to automatically kill your skeletons. And then you would get your skeleton drops from the skeleton spawner and your zombie drops from a zombie reinforcement snow golem system. Right? Luca, I made a TNT cannon which launches 64 TNT at once. My first real redstone build. Nice! That's fun. That guy is so scared. What noise do you think you would make if you came across a real-life zombie? Would you make a noise similar to that, Piglin? So the question is, are you stuck at the cube? No, I would say not. The cube is just like a place that you can visit. But it's like it's just like a regular farm that you can build in your world. But how good of a farm can you fit inside of that 11 by 11 by 11 space? So you're not stuck in it, no. You can still explore and interact with your Minecraft world like normal. It's more of like a theoretical sort of question than it is like a playthrough question. You know what I mean? Like, you're not stuck in it. Yeah, you're definitely not stuck in it. That was a good question, though. I don't think I'd believe it if you saw that it was a zombie. You'd just be like, scary costume. Yeah, true. How long, how long do you think people would go about denying a zombie apocalypse before people started to take it seriously? Like, obviously the first couple of zombies would just be like, oh, nice cosplay, man. Good costume. And like, boom, that's the first couple of people just get bitten immediately because they just think, you know, regardless of who it is, you just think it's a costume. And if anybody in this chat is like, no, I would believe that the zombie is real. No, you wouldn't. Don't lie. Don't lie. You would think it's a costume, a cosplay, etc., etc. And then, once the first couple of people get bit and, like, you know, a new virus comes in the news, how long do you think it would take before, like, the world respected that there is some, like, zombie-like virus? I'd also say that the armor of zombies only counts as either 4 items, disregarding the possible enchantments. I would too. I was already thinking that. Like, a sword is a sword is a sword. It doesn't matter if it's it doesn't matter if it's wood, stone, iron, gold, diamond, netherite swords. I would say a sword is a sword is a sword. But I would say that armor is head, chest, legs, boots, right? And it doesn't matter if it's well, there is no wood armor, but it doesn't matter if it's leather, iron, gold, diamond, netherite. A head is a head is a head. A chest is a chest is a chest. And it doesn't matter what sort of enchant it has. A chest is a chest is a chest. This depends on how quickly they attack and people turn. True. That's a good point. Like, I mean, I don't care if I think you're in a cosplay or not. If you, like, run at me and try to bite me, bro, I'm gonna either run away from you or I'm gonna punch you in the face. Like, you tried to bite me. What did you expect? So yeah, I mean, it depends if they're like, I agree with that, Uskal. Like, it depends on how immediately aggressive they are. And are we dealing with, like, fast rage zombies? Or are we dealing with, like, the literal Walking Dead? So yeah, I would say that's a good point, because yeah, like I said, I'm just sitting here thinking about it, and it's like, man, if I saw somebody in really, really good cosplay, or a really, really good costume of some type, and it's just of a zombie, I'd be like, hey dude, sick cosplay, that's a great costume. But then if I saw, and then that person tried to bite me, I'm gonna be freaked out. I'm gonna immediately be like, oh, yeah, don't do that. Well, shoot, would you? Would you actually? If it's a rage zombie, yeah, I'd probably be freaked out. But if it's like a slow zombie and like the person just kind of shuffled over towards you, like imagine this is a real human being, not a zombie, just a non-fantastical, just regular, basic, blah, blah, blah. And you were just like at Comic-Con, and some person was dressed up as a zombie, and they shuffled over towards you, groaning, and then they leaned over and kind of slowly opened their mouth, in like kind of pretending that they were gonna bite you. Would you be like, oh haha, you're funny? Or would you be like kind of freaked out? Would you actually like run away if a person in like if it was a slow moving zombie that slowly ambled up to you at like Comic-Con with context, and lean down. Man, I would think it'd probably be funny if somebody pretended to bite me in cosplay. Does that mean I just die? I mean, context is important, right? Because like if I'm just walking around, like, you know, there's outdoor shopping malls in a lot of parts of the world. And if I'm just in an outdoor shopping mall area and somebody like slowly shambles up to me in like a zombie cosplay, we no longer have the context for that to be relevant. And so then is it as funny for them to pretend to bite me? No. So, okay, so there's my qualifier. If I'm at Comic-Con and somebody pretends to bite me, I'm just dead. Boom, I'm a zombie. But if I'm in like an outdoor shopping mall and somebody's cosplaying as a zombie, who is a real zombie, I would think it's less funny and I probably wouldn't get bit there. So I think I die more or less frequently based on the context of the location. Which I think that's fair. You'd be like, you gross, get away from me, personal space, please. I mean, that's also fair. Bro, there's so much of this fortress that I haven't slabbed. Hello? I'm so lazy. Do I break these chests? I think I do. I mean, imagine if the first zombie started at like a Walking Dead fan meetup. Like, bro, boom, like you have however many people at that meetup who are just zombies now, because all of them would probably think it's funny. Surely back to the cube. Just to check the conditions, we'd have a 16 block cube, levers and buttons on the outside allowed, one condition for the location, one player able to interact or AFK. The goal is to get the highest amount of different items, disregarding enchantments and material type. Correct. That is my... I'm sure, I mean, Minecraft is a game with a lot of depth to it, so I am sure that there might need to be additional things. But that is the baseline that we have established so far, yes. I'm trying to think if there's anything else that you would need, other rules or qualifiers that you would have to have. Because one location means that you could either build it in like a specific biome or around a specific structure, whether that structure is like a witch hut or a spawner or a ocean monument or, you know, something like that. You could conceptually build it around a pillager outpost, and pillager outposts might be able to give you a lot of the drops. That would give you crossbows at the very least. Crossbows and emeralds? Oh, I'm out of blocks again. How do I find my way back here? Maybe I do that, and then I can find my way back. Okay, just doing some inventory management while we fly around. And I would say that like 7 to 13 blocks is probably the reasonable size. I'd say 7 is the small size, up to 13 is the reasonable size. Is like the maximum size. I can for quartz and diorite. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Hey, thanks for the follows. I noticed that we got a couple. Kylie and Expanda. Thanks, guys. Make some diorite. Make some polished diorite. Make some polished diorite slabs. Go back and make it snow in the nether. How is the A to Z playlist coming? I haven't worked on it since that stream. I'll just be honest. Hell yeah. I'm very fond of the idea of taking a sub-chunk, which is a 16-block cube. You could do that too. Yeah, I would say that's also allowed. The big thing is a cube, in my mind. I really like the idea of it being an odd cube, because that keeps it more... I think odd building is in Minecraft is just aesthetically pleasing. Like, even if I don't build aesthetically, because everybody knows that I don't build aesthetically, but I do think that there is a satisfaction with building with odd spacings. However, I don't think that that's necessarily relevant for the purposes of this, like, farm cube. Do I have... We should probably put a flint and steel inside of our ender chest. Just on record. For the new people that have followed, we also have a Discord as well, where we hang out and share a lot of ideas too. ! Discord if that's something you're interested in. If you built the cube in a sub-chunk, would you want to build it to 14 by a 14 cube instead? Because, like, to me, the feeling of building it in a sub-chunk is to make sure that everything is perfectly activated at the same time. And to that end, I think you would want the buttons and the levers to be in the same chunk as the rest of the build. I realize that this might be like changing the rules up on you. Oh, hey, we definitely haven't been here before. I realize that this may be changing the rules up on you a little bit, but like, I think that the idea of a sub-chunk might indicate the idea of building it inside of a specific sub-chunk might indicate like a lag or conscientious behavior. Hang on, I got a text from my girlfriend. Yeah, okay. Sorry, she was just sending questions. She's picking up snacks and drinks right now. Oh no, what have I done? Okay, nothing's immediately behind me. Oh, I was scratching my face. Am I just dealing with infinite zombie piglin now? It seems like it, yes. Hardcore world with 1 billion hours. Let me just keep trying to build while I'm under assault. Do I need to worry about anything here? No, all of this looks pretty filled in. But yeah, I'm open to 16 cube or 14 cubed. Levers in or levers out. I mean, I would say that thematically, I'm okay with buttons being on the outside. I just think that if you're building a cube inside of a subchunk, I feel like the subchunk ideology wants you to put the levers on the inside of the subchunk, which would make it a 14 cube and not a 16 cube. However, that's not necessarily strictly the thematic of this idea that I have for a farm cube. If you want it to be 16 cube with levers on the outside, effectively making it an 18 cube, you do you. Yeah, I'm not gonna, I'm much more interested in like the mechanics that you use to compress farms to get them to fit inside of a given space than I am the strict, is it a 16 cube or an 18 cube or a 14 cube? That's the less interesting part to me. The more interesting part is the mechanics that you used in order to compress into a given area than the literal limitations of the design philosophy. Rephrase, than the philosophy of how you designed it. Understandably, I just like to have it competition ready. I mean, okay. So if I had to, okay, since if I am the arbiter, if I am the judge, jury, and executioner of this build process, I would say go ahead and make it a subchunk, so a 16 block cube, where you can have levers on the outside of it. You can have your player interaction on the outside of it. So this does mean that you could have levers, buttons on the outside of it, and conceptually you could even have like a picture frame on the outside of the farm as well. That the player could interact with the picture frame to create like a comparator output on the inside of the farm to do a thing. So picture frames, buttons, levers, etc. on the outside of the farm is legal, but any sort of actual block on the outside would not be. Yeah, an item frame. Yeah, that's what I meant, not picture. Item frame. Thank you. I saw it in my mind. I just said the wrong thing. what is this? Oh, let's clear this. This seems way easier. It's like no trapdoors, those wouldn't count. Correct. Well, hang on. I'm thinking to myself. And it's like, what if I feel like that's opening options up for potential exploit. So I'm thinking to myself, like, what if someone what if it... I'm trying to think of how it could be exploited to create an example. I'm not immediately coming up with how it could be exploited, but I still worry if it could be. No, yeah. I'm gonna call it no. Everything has to be self-contained in your subchunk. So if you have buttons or levers, they must be inside the subchunk, which means that the structure of your cube, it just has to be self-contained, because that is a much cleaner rule set than trying to create exceptions that then break that rule. So if you have buttons, item frames, levers, etc., they must be inside your subchunk, which could also, interestingly, create different types of optimizations, where some people opt to have buttons and levers for their farms, or maybe you just you skip having buttons and levers, and that helps you save more space. Yeah, I would say everything must be contained inside the subchunk. And I even like the idea, I do really like your interpretation of this tree. I really do, because my idea was always just an arbitrary number, like 11 block cube or a 13 block cube. But there already is a cube like this, and it's a subchunk. And that's basically blue lines. So you see this blue line right here to there, and then it would go over and it would connect right there. And then it comes down, and then here's the bottom of your cube. So that we already have cubes that are a number of blocks big. So instead of a completely arbitrary number, which is what my original design or philosophy on it was, I like this idea of what you suggested, Tree, of using a subchunk, because that literally is just a thing that already exists. And it kind of makes more sense from like a technical perspective to build it inside a subchunk than just an arbitrary size decided arbitrarily. Are you making a wither farm? Yes! That was a limp flight. Making, the farm itself is done. The rates are just atrocious. You can see here that, like, you would expect a waterfall of wither skeletons to just be, like, falling here. But they're not. And, like, you would hope to see, like, chests completely full of coal and skulls, but they're not. Why? That's because my mob cap is really bad right now. So we have the farm. And you can see, hey, look at all those wither spawning. Hang on, F3B, look at all them wither. That's a lot of wither skellies. That's pretty good. But my mob cap is, like, my chunk clearing is so bad that there's a lot of mobs not inside this farm. So I just need to do a better job. Yeah. Grog paraphrased it very well. I've made the farm already. I'm just optimizing its rates. F3B. Yeah. You can see it works. Maybe we've even gotten another skull. We didn't. But like I have too many areas. Like this one here, where how many mobs do you think this is? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, and who knows how many? 12, and who knows how many of these zombie piglin have already fallen into the lava and are now in the lava below, just chilling. Oh hey, did you bring snacks? Hell yeah.
Not for right now, but I got this for you for
Oh, she even got me a sub, chat room.
Sandwich for later. That's the same one that you normally get, they just changed the packaging, I checked.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's the normal one you drink, they just changed the look of it.
Okay.
Is it bad to shake that out?
No, you're supposed to.
Oh,
Wait,
okay.
maybe. Hang on. Does it? It shouldn't be carbonated. She got me a lemonade energy drink, which are one of my more favorite ones. But they're not supposed to be carbonated. So you're supposed to shake it because it can settle because it's lemonade. But I just shook the shit out of it, and now I don't know if I go to open it, if it's going to explode all over my computer.
Do you usually shake it?
The old ones I shook.
They said the only thing that's changed is the packaging. So.
I'm gonna lean way back and open it over here.
Yeah, you're fine.
Okay, I'm fine.
Crisp.
Lemonade.
What are you working
Energy. Clearing area for the Wither Farm.
on? Oh, more of that fun stuff. Also, hi Tree, hi Castle. Is it good? Is it taste the same?
That's so good. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, cool.
Would you like to try it? It's lemonade.
Sure.
But it's got kind of admittedly, a funky taste. Because it's lemonade energy drink.
It tastes like the sugar I can't have.
Is it bad sugar? Water, taurine, lemon juice, glucose syrup, sodium citrate, sodium hexaphosphate, sodium benzate, caffeine, potassium.
Can I look at it?
Yeah, sure. We've also been discussing at great length.
Sucralose.
It does have sucralose in it?
Sucralose, which I can't have.
Oh yeah,
And it tastes like sucralose.
She's allergic to sucralose.
It tastes weird.
It makes you sick.
Yeah.
We have been discussing a concept.
Okay.
You remember way back in the day, I was looking at building a cube that had as many different forms inside of this cube as possible.
Yeah, I remember that.
We have been discussing what that would actually look if we like set something up like that.
And tried to build it around the Weather Skelly farm.
Not necessarily, no, it's just more conceptual.
Oh, okay.
Just what it would be like, say if we had a competition. And it was a competition of who could fit more farms into a given space.
Like a 9x9 and whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, cool.
So, well, what we discussed, and Tree actually made a great suggestion. Somebody should gift a sub to Tree. In Minecraft, there are already chunks, which you're familiar with.
Yeah.
It's how the game loads. But what you might not be familiar with is sub chunks.
No, I've never heard of
Okay.
subchunks.
Basically, do you see the blue lines?
Yes.
That's a sub chunk.
Okay.
So a chunk is a 16 by 16 area.
Is that yellow?
Kind of.
The yellow lines?
Yeah. The yellow lines are basically a thing. Hey, Miss Castle gifted a sub to Tree. Thank you, Castle. Yeah, basically the yellow lines are regular chunks. Sub chunks are the vertical spaces inside of a chunk.
Okay.
And they are 16 blocks vertically as well, which means it's a 16 block wide, a 16 block
So
deep,
you could make it
16 block.
a
sub chunk cube.
yeah, a subchunk cube. That's cool. I like
Yeah.
that.
So which would be it would just be a 16 by 16 by 16
Yeah.
space.
Would you require that people put it within a chunk? Or
No.
like okay, but it's just more 16 by 16. Okay.
Yeah. You can put it wherever. So that's something else that we were discussing. So originally, I had decided on these like relatively arbitrary numbers, like what you said, 9 by 9, 11 by 11, etc., etc. But they're arbitrary. There's no reason for that size. But then Tree suggested subchunks exist.
Yeah.
It is a 16 by, it's a 16 block cube, and it's like, okay, yeah, that works way better. And then we're kind of like teasing out what the other rules would be. Conceptually, you could build your 16 block cube around a zombie spawner.
Okay.
Is that fair? Yeah, I would say it is. But what if you conceptually had a zombie spawner and a spider spawner within 16 blocks of each other? Is that fair? I don't know.
Yeah.
Because, like, the chances of that are so infinitesimally small, that is so insanely rare. I think that beats the thematic of this cube.
I would agree with that. So like one spawner per cube.
That's literally the language that we used in the first pass.
Okay.
But then we were thinking like, oh, well, what if you wanted to build this in like a, what if you wanted to build this in like a snow biome?
Uh-huh.
Is it then reasonable to say build it in a snow biome on a zombie spawner? So now you have to find a snow biome that has a zombie spawner in it.
Mm-hmm.
Is that getting too much? It's not two spawners, which we already can agree is bad.
Yeah.
But is a snow biome zombie spawner too much? And so what we ultimately agreed on is one location.
Okay.
So if your location is a zombie spawner, cool, that's acceptable. If your location is a snow biome, cool,
But
that
you
is
can't, like,
also
overlap
acceptable.
Zombie spawner and
Exactly.
snow biome. Okay.
Correct.
I see it.
Or another example is there are pillager outposts where only pillagers can spawn.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yep.
Yeah, that's cool.
Or a witch hut where witches spawn.
Yeah.
But you can't then ask for a witch hut and a zombie spawner. That's too much.
Makes sense. I think that keeps things pretty level and fair.
Yeah. And so that's like one location is what we've kind of agreed on.
Yeah. I like that. I think it would be a fun challenge to see like what people come up with.
I don't know if we ever actually do anything with it, but it's a
Yeah.
fun hypothetical, you know.
Look at all those zombie piglins.
Taking up my mob cap.
They are. Bow for beavers, what's your biggest project on your world?
What's the biggest project on the world? Probably the... Okay, yeah.
Oh, yeah, I
thank
gotta go
you for the
upstairs.
snacks.
Yeah.
Thanks for stopping by. I appreciate you very much. What's the biggest project on the... Probably this one. Because I am committing to clearing out... I think we did the napkin math, and I think it was like 6.3 million blocks in order to optimize the rates of the Wither Skeleton farm. And that's just to get the Wither Skelly farm running. Since the style of Wither farm that I've built incorporates wolves, we then generate experience automatically. You can see I'm not doing a damn thing, and yet there's experience here. So since we generate this experience automatically, you could use this experience to repair your mending tools while you are AFK at another farm. So let's say that you built another tree farm, where you're cutting down crimson trees and warped trees. Well, your axe will eventually break, right? What if your axe was being repaired via the Wither Skeleton farm while you were cutting down trees? Well, now you have enough durability to cut down trees for forever because Wither Skeletons will just continue to spawn. So not only am I committing to building a Wither Skeleton farm, and then I'm committing to building a 6.3 million block radius, or 6.3 million block perimeter around it, but I am also planning on using the bones to turn into bone meal for a nether tree farm. I'm planning on using the coal for either villager trading or a bulk furnace array. And then I'm also planning on using the experience to run AFK farms like a nether tree farm and a basalt miner. So I'd say that this is probably the biggest project that I have going on in my world. And It's pretty doable to get 3 or 5 more spawners within 16 blocks with the chunk regeneration tricks like Doc M is doing in his current video series. It's really exploitative but fun. I would ban that. I think that breaks the thematic of what this is supposed to be. Yeah, if I'm judge, jury, and executioner here, like if it's my money for the prize on this video or whatever, like if we were to say like, hey, I'll give you a $50 Amazon gift card or something like that, as the person, like I would conceptually, this is what I would do, is I would say that there are 2 gift cards available. I would say that there is the one with the literal best number of items farmed, and then I would say that there is a judge's pick, which I'm the judge. I'm the judge, jury, and executioner on this. And I would say that the judge's pick is the one that I found to be the most innovative or creative. And in these rules, where it is my money on the line, I would ban things that use like game exploits like that, regenerating chunks to get more spawners inside of a specific space. No, yeah, not doing that. Any biome would be allowed though, so you could conceptually build it. You could conceptually build it in a nether, but 16 blocks isn't enough to get nether mobs to spawn. You could conceptually build it in a bastion. But again, 16 blocks isn't enough to get hostile mobs to spawn without tricks. What if the only rule is you are only allowed to place or break blocks inside the subchunk? I'm not sure if that eliminates the specific trick. I don't know how the regenerating spawners tricks work. I've heard of it before, but I am not familiar with it at all. That sort of playthrough, that sort of like, doing those sorts of things has never been something that's interested me in Minecraft. The top end of what I'm interested in doing, and like I'm still so hesitant about setting up even like TNT dupers and stuff like that, because like again, conceptually, what if you just duped all your diamonds or netherite now that we're in what 116 plus? I just don't think that's thematically in line with the game. It's conceptual, like conceptually it's interesting that the game engine can do some of those things, or it is conceptually interesting that that is how the game engine works, but I wouldn't do them myself. Like I think back to whenever I was like a child playing RuneScape. Not that I still play RuneScape now, for the record. But I also played when I was a child, and I remember people were like duping party hats back in the day. And hell, like I think that there's even some drama that's happening right now where people are duping literally right now as we speak. And like it's interesting to me to look at the theory of how these people are doing their dupes, but I personally would never do them myself, you know? You figure out where the spawners are, going to automatically generate in the code, then mine around them to provide proper conditions for them all to appear, i.e. a spawner needs to have open blocks in a cave, then use a data overflow bug to break a chunk, i.e. a book with corrupted data inside, and restart the server. It's crazy. Oh, yeah, I would never. No. No. Yeah, no. Yeah, that's super cool and interesting that is something that can happen, that's how the engine works, but that is not something that I would be interested in it to see how it works. Like in the way that, like, conceptually spaceships work, right? I am interested in learning or watching someone else build a spaceship. Am I gonna build a spaceship? No, chat room, I'm not. But that doesn't mean that I'm not interested in seeing, like, the hierarching overview of how they work. Doc is flexing his knowledge to create interesting content. They've done everything else to death, so it keeps them from being incredibly bored. Okay, yeah, I mean, that makes sense. It's like the I would watch how it's made, you know, that TV show, How It's Made, but I am not gonna go out and make Laffy Taffy myself, you know? Or saltwater taffy to avoid name brands. Do other parts of the world even have Laffy Taffy? Like, Uskal, do you know what Laffy Taffy is? Or is that like an American candy? I don't know. We've talked about this before, I think. Like American, what is a quintessential American candy? I don't remember what the answer to that was. Saltwater Taffy does not equal Laffy Taffy. That's true. Saltwater Taffy and Laffy Taffy are very, very different things. However, the point is, I would watch a How It's Made on taffy products, but I would not go out of my way to then, you know, make taffy myself. I heard a ghast. I don't see a ghast. It's on my screen somewhere. I don't see it though. No, it's over here. Probably above me. Probably up there. Oh! I flew into a block and it ate my arrow. I hit you. I killed you. How are you still alive? Look, there's my arrow. Look at that. Okay. This is better. Does this mean that we feel our rates get better, though? I wanted to hit him because I wanted to hear how many zombie piglins were, like, in the lava. It only seems like there's one here, and now the dude that's here. Okay. Is American but hasn't made it around, like Snickers bar, for example? Okay. So yeah, this wither farm that I've done works anywhere, right? It's just basically a standard mob spawner. You just have to be within what is it, 128 blocks of it for it to work. The experience generated by the wither farm, however, requires the player to be within this circle, because this is the area that it's basically the radius. You have your center point right here, and then experience orbs generate there from the falling and dying wither, and this is as far as a experience orb can reliably track to a player. They can track from a little further away, but imagine your wither skeleton dies, falls to the opposite side of the room from you, and then the experience orbs then explode out in the direction that they fell. Then it's possible, with a slightly bigger circle, that experience orbs don't track you. Which is why I've gone with this slightly smaller circle to ensure that all the experience orbs can track the player, because that's how, I mean, I'm level 519, this is how we did it. 7 skulls, we've got another skull. And then because the wolves are killing the skeletons, we still get their rare drops, the skulls. So it doesn't even matter if, like, I have a looting sword or something, because I know that a lot of wither farms are big on, like, looting sword, swipe your wither skeletons with sweeping edge looting 3, blah, blah, blah. And it's like, why do you need to do that? Just make it totally automatic with wolves. Your wolves will literally never die, and then you don't have to, like, stand there just being bored out of your mind, just going click, click, click. Your wolves do it for you while you're somewhere else doing much more interesting things. I am curious, though, how many eggs we got. Not really enough. Not yet. Yeah, Grog, aren't you American living in I don't remember, Scandinavian country? One of them? I came to put gold in this. Cool, got it. More in. Put that there. This is effectively a trash can. Put the quartz in this. Yeah, you live right near Uska. Oh, okay, cool, perfect. Small world. Stockholm. I don't know what that second word is, to be honest. Subverge. Oh, it's the other name for Sweden? Why is that a thing? Is that the Swedish word for Sweden? Do we need anything else? I can put the Blackstone away. The Swedish way of saying, okay. Checks out. See, going away and coming back resets the mob cap, and, like, this is pretty good. This is pretty close to what it would be like at the very, very end, but non-stop. But see, as soon as we kill that initial wave, the mobs respawn somewhere else in my nether. And that's the thing I'm trying to figure out and find. I'm trying to get all my trouble spots before I work on doing the full chunk clearing, so that way we can at least run it a little bit. And see, that's quite problematic. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna fly over here, which should despawn all of those mobs. And see, I've got mobs spawning over here too. There. And I'm sure that there's a lot more, we just can't see it through the forest. And now I just want to see if I fly back, I land like here. So not nearly as far. I could definitely see 2 there. 1, maybe there? No, that's my chunk borders. Okay, let's take a step further. This isn't too bad. I see 2 there. I see maybe 2 up there. Yeah, but as I fly closer, clearly, they start to spawn with greater density. America. Hey, that's consistent at least. Germany. Tiskland? I wonder if the new spyglass works with the entity borders. Have you made one yet? No, I haven't. Because I don't want to go exploring for a geode until after 1.18 so we get the new cave biomes. Or the new cave generation. Yeah, I'll clear this down. So no crystal for me until 1.18 drops, really. Come here. I was gonna try to use my pickaxe to knock him off the edge, but then he ran away and it worked out perfectly. Yeah. I think we can square out to like this corner here. I think that's fine. Yeah, should be okay. I might have to climb up and put out that lava. Way faster. Oh, what am I doing? We still need to go over and clear out the old Crimson Forest biome. We basically TNT'd. We used all the rest of our sand supply to blow that to just complete smithereens. But it left a lot of the treetops, which means that we can't get the vision that we need in order to clear, to look for mobs, to then clear more trouble spots. I don't know, considering that we only saw 2 mobs or 3 mobs over here, this might be like, not a waste of time, because we each one of these blocks has to be cleared out at some point, period. However, it might not be an efficient use of time. Because just like the zombie piglin farm, the rates don't have to be perfect, they just have to be good enough that it's self-sustaining. And while we get the good bursts out of the wither farm, it is not yet self-sustaining. And that's the big thing that I'm looking for, is that self-sustained rates. Why does zombie piglin hug walls? That's very annoying. I wonder if there's like a more efficient way to clear the top of the trees. Maybe just more TNT. Just dig a couple blocks out, place a really centralized piece of TNT in the center of like the trees that are now just floating there, and then blow them up. Is this it? Yeah. Oh, did I miss it? Damn. Hey, welcome back, Han. There's some piglin that sees me. He's thirsty. He wants blood. Dead to Grave, thanks for the new follow. What are you doing? I am clearing a perimeter for my fully automatic wither skeleton slash skull slash experience farm. You can see that we have mobs that are just spawning, taking up my mob cap. And by clearing the perimeter, we isolate the mobs inside of our farm and thus improve the rates, giving us more skulls, more coal, more bones, and most importantly, more experience per hour. I really want to hit like freaking level 1,000. I think that would be sick. And like, given the nature of a hardcore world, because you can't die, I think that it would be very cool and most... Oh, yeah, look at all these mobs. Just taking up my mob cap. I think it would be most interesting to do, or not interesting. Well, I think it is interesting, but I think that it's most easily done hitting level 1,000 in a hardcore world because you already aren't allowed to die. So keeping levels is kind of built into the game mode. And like my personal way of playing Minecraft, I don't really do any enchanting. I use villagers to get all my books. And so I don't enchant gear via an enchanting table. And then, you know, everything's just got mending on it now, so it just lasts forever. So the only thing that I really have to consistently repair, minus me breaking stuff, is my bow. Because I prefer infinity because it keeps my inventory a little bit cleaner. Instead of me having to worry about, like, carrying stacks on stacks of arrows, I just have to worry about the durability of my bow. And I know, basically, that the durability of my bow is the durability times 4. And I'd much rather, I think it's safer in a hardcore world to use I think it's safer in a hardcore world to use a infinity bow as opposed to a mending bow because of running out of arrows suddenly if you were using a mending bow. You wouldn't know when you're about to run out of arrows because your arrows are hidden in your inventory. Whereas with an infinity bow, my arrows are the durability bar, which is right there on my hotbar. I can just look and say, oh hey, I have a sliver left. That means that I probably have like so many shots left. And so I just know that the durability of like the durability on my bow currently means that I have like 300 to 400 shots left. I just know that. Which another way of saying is I have 300 to 400 arrows just that I'm ready to go with. And so I think that makes for a safer hardcore playthrough because my arrow count is the durability count, and that is right there on my action bar. However, conceptually, if there was like a data pack that gave you like some sort of other indicator, say like you have your offhand over here on the left side of your bar, let's say that you, the player, could have just a thing that showed on the other side of your inventory the number of arrows that you have. That would probably make mending bows better than infinity bows. Then you still get into personal preference of like, oh hey, I prefer mending my bow up and losing a little bit of inventory space versus I prefer the inventory space but then having to manually craft a new bow every 2,000 shots. Man, look at these caves. I want to go clear trees. Hang on. We'll do one more layer, and then I'm going to go clear trees. Still on the subject of bows, this is something that we talked a lot about in this like hardcore world. Things that I think would make the game more interesting. Inventory bloat is real. Mojang knows this because we're getting what is it, bundles? I think they're called packs, bundles, something like that in 1.18 in the Caves and Cliffs update. So they know that inventory bloat is a real problem. So they're already on this, like, they already have this mindset. I think that it would be an interesting thing that you could, 4 choices for a chest slot. So right now we have 2 choices for a chest slot. And they're not really that interesting. You have an elytra, which unlocks freaking flying, right? That's just insane. Or you have a chest piece, which makes you tankier, makes you being able to take more damage. The problem is, after the introduction of netherite gear and a higher armor toughness, you really don't ever swap back to your netherite chest piece. Like, yes, I have it. Yes, I might put it on once in a blue moon. But, like, I'm not really, like, sitting here micromanaging which one of those 2 things I'm doing. I think that if you had some more chest pieces, it would be interesting. So right now we have elytra or armor. What if you had 2 more options? What if you had a quiver that you could put in your chest slot? And this quiver was like, I don't know, say 5 inventory slots, but the only thing that you could put in those 5 inventory slots was arrows. That would be interesting, I think. And then your bow would automatically pull from those quivers 5 inventory slots, as opposed to using any arrows from your inventory. Another option, which I think could be interesting, is a backpack, which may be redundant, admittedly, with something like bundles, shulkers, and ender chests, but a backpack that, say, gave you 3 more inventory spaces might be interesting as well, because now you would conceptually, and this is just very like napkin-y stuff, you have 4 choices with this proposed idea, and maybe the numbers need to be tweaked a bit. I'll fully don't break my balls on the numbers. Just think about the concept. Ideally, where you end up is a world where you choose between either an armor chest piece, a elytra chest piece, a quiver chest piece, or a backpack chest piece. And I think that's more interesting than just these, like, just only elytra option that you have right now. It would handle inventory bloat a little bit. So say you used quivers, now mending bows get better because you just have, you know, a number of stacks of arrows that you can just carry with you. Additionally, it makes tipped arrows better because you would have reasonable inventory slots to put your tipped arrows in, rather than having to carry, you know, a bunch of different tipped arrows just in your regular inventory, taking up regular inventory space. You could have a spot dedicated for tipped arrows. Additionally, the backpack is just more space for more items, which is reasonable considering the inventory bloat problem. And then you still have a choice of using your elytra or a chest piece. Yeah, I want to clear these trees out. You need that chest for charged creepers? God, I'm mad at myself. I mean, true. R.I.P. your hardcore world. Yeah, I got a bunch of trees to clear out now. It's gonna be a lot of this. How do I get that one? I'll come back to it. Ooh, I actually want this stuff. I don't want netherrack. I don't know if you could tell, but I really don't care about netherrack. I do kind of care about those shroom lights, though. I have one of each kind in my ender chest that I swap out. I do that because my reflexes swap nowadays. One of each kind. I like the idea. I think having the spyglass, a quiver of arrows, an ender chest, etc. go in there would make sense. Oh, in your ender chest? Yeah. That'd be cool. Oh, that I landed that video game. Okay, there's our shroom light. I just wanted to get one in my inventory so that way before it got completely filled up and I wasn't able to get anything else in there, I had one. so that way I could start picking them up. Are you saying Ender Chest backpack, Grob? Oh. You're responding to somebody else in chat. I see now. I don't know if I'll ever micromanage my chest piece that much. Like, is charged creepers the only thing that'd be worth it for? And not to marginalize charged creepers, because I know that losing your world is still very raw for you. But like, is there anything else that you would even consider micromanaging a chest piece for? Like, projectile protection? No. Fire res? No. I think charge creepers are literally the only thing that poses a threat enough over protection, over generic protection, to justify specific armor types. And even then, only kind of, right? Because protection's not even fully capped at 16. I thought protection capped at 20. Maybe you consider fire protection? Maybe? For what? Blazes? No. Nether work above lava? I don't think so. What have I done? What do you need fire protection for, Castle? I will save you. Damn, I didn't save him. Maybe another work if it didn't want to carry around and micromanage fire res. Yeah, I mean, no, as politely as I can, I strongly disagree for netherwork, because netherwork isn't just lava lakes. Netherwork is wither skeletons. Netherwork is zombie piglins, is regular piglins, is hoglin. And to lose all the protection that standard protection provides, while you would never die from falling in lava, then I'll totally agree with you there. You are setting yourself up to get just murdered by wither skeletons. Right? Yeah. If you don't need prop 4, you missed a discussion about I oversolve for these things because I have bad reflexes. It helps me relax, enjoy the game more. I died by being in lava and not drinking a pot in time. Oh, I see. I mean, admittedly, my inventory, or my inventory bar, is just gummed up with stuff, right? I only have one open slot. Yeah, one open slot. It's just tool, pearl, bow, sword, and this is typically torches, but they don't really matter in the nether, so I've replaced torches with a second tool. And then rockets, and then a potion of fire resistance, and golden carrots, my food. I don't get to think about my offhand because that's always a totem. Man, these like big thick trees are annoying. You've been almost murdered by wither skellies yourself. You don't wear a chest piece? I mean, Yeah, but I thought this discussion was under the hypothetical that you are wearing chess pieces. Prop 4 on netherite helmet, pants, and boots, and a netherite chest piece of another kind gives you 90% of the value of Prop 4 everything, and also tons more on whatever the chest piece is. I'm thinking. I mean, I guess, but like, oh, I'm not fast enough. Oh. Yeah, you're right, but like, that doesn't... I still don't know if I would make that trade. Yeah, there we go. Sloppy, but we got it done. It gives max on what the chess piece is and 75% of your max possible overall on prop. I don't think the math is that cut and dry though, because the way that what is it called? Armor toughness and prot interact means that in some instances more prot just means you take 0 damage, and in some instances, gee, I keep falling. And in other instances, the difference between the two is irrelevant. I mean to strip it. Thresholds do matter though, because of player saturation regen. So like, thresholds against monsters frequently don't matter, because a lot of monsters have 20 health in the game. So 20, hang on, let's clear chat. So a lot of monsters in the game have 20 HP. So if you do, there's no difference between 7 damage versus 9 damage. The reason being is because monsters don't regenerate health. So 7 plus 7, it's 7 over and over. So it's 7, 14, 21 equals a dead monster, right? So you have to hit them 3 times. Then looking at something like 9 damage, you go 9, 18, 27 equals dead monster. So it still takes 3 attacks to kill a monster when you are going from 7 damage to 9 damage, which means that it doesn't matter. 3 hits is 3 hits with 3 hits. It doesn't matter. There are like niche cases with swords that aren't like fully charged yet, so on the attack meter. But this is assuming just full swipes each time. And there's also different breakpoints for like 1 crit plus 2 attacks, etc., etc. But for the player, I would say that it matters way more to get in just a point or 2 of extra resistance, which, I mean, I guess is the crux of the whole argument, is how are you getting in this extra point or 2 of extra resistance. For me, I would want it to be generalized. Just everything at all times possible. But I guess if you guys like to do it the other way, I would make the argument, so I'm having both arguments in my head at the same time. I would make the argument that no one is a mind reader and knows how they're going to, like, take damage. However, you could make the argument, say, well, I'm working on a blaze farm, Nims. I'm dealing with blazes. I'm gonna catch on fire. And it's like, yeah, so you kind of do get to know how you're gonna take the damage in that scenario. And it's like, oh, hey, I'm working on a skeleton farm. Okay, so projectile protection. Makes sense. Got it. So you still, I mean, you do get to kind of be a psychic and know how you're going to take the damage. Oh, I thought there was a platform there. Check the Elytra durability. I see both points. I still wouldn't, personally, I wouldn't subscribe to the specific chess pieces. I wouldn't do it. Because I think that that sets up more opportunity for things like human mistakes, human error to come into play. Say you put on your full gear, and then you forgot to swap it off, and then you're just like, oh, hey, I see I have armor on, not think about it. And then, like, you go somewhere else, and you're in your full fire-resistant gear, or at least in your fire-resistance chest piece. And, nice. And you bait yourself or lull yourself into a false sense of security. But then again, all we're talking about is swapping the chest out and not about the rest of the armor. So, I don't know. Does that much of a difference matter? Probably not. Honestly, I think I've died more times to lava than to enemies, and lava death often causes more destruction to my stuff than mobs. I mean, that's true. That's true. Definitely in a specific, like in a soft core playthrough, if you would. I definitely see a use for the different armor types. Because it allows you to, because you don't have to be like as hyper aware of dying all the time. Yeah, dying might set you back a little bit, but we're in a soft core playthrough. We're then talking about hours of inconvenience, I think is a good way, or yeah, a good qualifier. So like, if dying to lava causes you to lose all of your items because it's lava and it's just going to destroy them, well, then you have to spend how many hours recovering all of your items? Whereas if you die to a wither skeleton inside of another fortress, your items are still going to be there when you get back. I mean, you've got 5 minutes, but we're also assuming that the chunk doesn't load at the same time. So then your hours of inconvenience is 30 seconds to just go into the nether and pick them back up again. Whereas, like, hours of inconvenience to replace everything that you lose to the lava? Okay, I see it. I see it. You've convinced me. If I look at it from... you made a good point there, Castle. It's an hours of inconvenience sort of thing. To replace all the stuff that you would have lost is way more time consuming. than just having to worry about to keep generalized protection on. Lava is way more inconvenient to die to than a wither skeleton. Yeah. Yeah, oh, shoot. I figured there'd be a wood underneath it. I see it. I get it. That makes sense to me. I still don't know if I would agree with it for a hardcore playthrough. Because again, with that concept of like lava being the inconvenience here, which is where my understanding is coming from. If you're in the Nether, which is the place where you would justify having a fire protection set of gear, you've still got to worry about wither skeletons and stuff like that. Not dying to lava might make you more susceptible to wither skeletons. Oh, I missed. How did you spawn here? Oh, you had to spawn on some of the wood and then jump down. We're getting close. Three nether wart I don't care about. Yeah, hardcore, I definitely keep regular protection, yeah. Zummo, DK? Did you play World of Warcraft? Or is that just a coincidence? Oh, we still got a lot of wood to go down. I'm currently working on clearing the perimeter for the wolf-powered wither skeleton farm, for the record. But we are still working on the wolf-powered wither skeleton farm. Yeah, looking pretty good. I'm actually curious and would like to gather the experience from said farm. Yeah, look at that. I can't wait until the rates are just a waterfall. It's getting closer. Mushrooms spread on Ponzel regardless of light, correct? Yes, I believe so. Hey, we're up to 14 skulls. Weren't we at 6 earlier? That's sick. Oh, how many skulls? We literally just checked. We got great minds. We had the same thought at the same time, Grog. That was cool. Wearing another right chest piece does give more protection than Elytra, enchanted not, so that does help too versus other threats. I mean, true. Yeah, this is much better. Very soon, I'll be able to... Oh, God. Okay. Very soon, we'll actually be able to see how much of a problem spot... Like, look at all these mobs over here, right? This looks like it's a problem spot, but it might not be. But it might also be an awful, terrible, no good, very bad trouble spot. I don't know yet. We don't have the data. Oh, Ginger Kitty with a good sized raid. Hello. the spice of life. Wait, is ginger the spice of life? I'm sure that I could think of other spices that I use more frequently than ginger, right? Thank you guys for joining and welcome. Goodness, there's a lot of dudes here. But they keep falling in the lava. That's wait, no, it's not convenient because zombie piglin don't despawn or don't die in lava. Could you stop then, please? Oh, I want those shroom lights. Okay, here's what we do. I'm going to destroy this, and then I'm going to quick swap to my ender pearl. I'm going to throw the ender pearl right there, get the shroom lights, and fly away. Okay, sick. Ginger as a spice is a pretty great spice, though. I mean, yeah, it's pea great, but it's not the greatest that, you know, not the greatest that ever was. Or is there a spice that is the greatest spice that was ever was or will be? I don't know. Melange? What is melange, Grog? What the hell? Prob salt. Oh yeah, salt. Yeah, duh. That's the answer. Salt. But that salty kitty just doesn't roll off the tongue as well as that ginger kitty does it. Getting there, getting there. Current project is a fully automatic wither skeleton farm built in the nether. I'm committed to building a, what did we say, 128 blocks plus 128 plus, how wide is this circle? It'd be 4 plus 3 plus 4. 443 is 11, so it's 128. Alexa, what's 128 plus 128 plus 11?
128 plus 128 plus 11 is 267.
267. Okay, so it's a 267 block diameter, or yeah, diameter. Then we're squaring that. So Alexa, what's 267 times 267?
267 times 267 is 71,289.
71,289. 71,289 square blocks that I'm responsible for. And then we're building from, we're clearing from bedrock to lava. So not bedrock to bedrock, but bedrock to lava, which is 122 to 31, right? 122, 121, something like that. Which I think is 90. No! Oh, I intercepted it! Please tell me I intercepted the second one. Oh, professional. Because my wither skeleton farm is it's built out of glass. I don't know why I did that, but I did it. It's a thing. And gas spawn and try to destroy it all. I don't know why I did that. Melange is from Dune. Oh, Dune is currently sitting on my bedside table. I have read the like preamble, the foreword, right? But I haven't even started reading it yet. And I want to read it before the movie comes out, but the movie comes out in like a month, right? Something, I don't know. Anyway, Ginger, what game did you come from? Did you come from Minecraft? I'm not immediately familiar with your stream as much of... Is that, like, yeah. Minecraft? Cool. Do you have a hardcore world, or are you playing softcore? And are you like do you build redstone-y? Are you aesthetic? Tell me about it. Been playing for 10 years now, but I'm actually trying to beat it for the first time. Okay. What? Okay, question. This is something that we've talked about a lot. What do you consider beating Minecraft? Because I definitely know some people that would describe beating Minecraft as killing the Ender Dragon, right? But I would also know people, I also do know people that would describe beating Minecraft as building a large number, and they would have like arbitrary rules on this, large number of fully automatic farms. So like you beat Minecraft when you have, I don't know, an iron golem farm, I don't want to provide the examples, but like you beat Minecraft when you have like an iron golem farm, a wither skeleton farm, you know, a guardian farm, etc., a raid farm, etc., etc., etc. And that's how they would describe as beating it. And I'm curious. Because I very clearly go like, I go hard in the paint, right? 519 in a hardcore world, a little bit. I'm okay at the game. Killing the dragon, okay. The end stresses me. You can put on a pumpkin head, and then you don't have to worry about the Enderman chasing you down. You still have the giant dragon to worry about, but no Enderman problems anymore. The Nether also is stressful. Yeah, that's fair. I'm much more worried about the Nether than I am the dragon. Wow. Nice. Oh, I can't. Okay, perfect. Now, why? Pearl? That's not where I threw you. I'm not gonna go back over there. I'm gonna go over here. Oh, hey, I just realized that we didn't finish our math. I'm clearing 90 blocks. Alexa, what's 71,289 times 90?
71,289 times 90 is 6,416,010.
6,400,000 something. I didn't hear it. It was 6.4 something. I zoned out for a second, chat room. That like ADD train just got me. So I am committing, not to necessarily clearing 6.4 million blocks, but to just, because there's going to be a lot of air already, because that's just how Nether Fortresses spawn, but to making sure that 6.4 million blocks are air is what I'm committing to, because that's what it'll take to make my Wither Skeleton farm real good. Previously played a bunch of hardcore as well. Nice. Wait, you played hardcore, but you didn't beat the dragon? But how? Did you just build a bunch of stuff for the overworld and then chill? Yo, we're just overworld and chilling, chat room. That's us. I don't know why that's so goofy to me. Are you like do you play with redstone, or are you like aesthetically minded? I should probably clean up my inventory. Throw some junk in here for the short term. Oh hey, this is we'll put this inside my end chest, yeah. Beep, beep. This is my castle. This is like my nether hub. Yeah, look at my castle. That's a lovely castle. Dude, Ginger, no way. Okay, chat room, please explain, describe how much I love villagers. I've been working on a new villager breeder. Let me show you real quick. I freaking love villagers. They're the best thing ever. They're like tucked away in corners all throughout my base in the prime spots. Because that's, yeah, like, oh hey, here's the output from my darkroom mob farm. And it's like, oh, here's my rotten flesh. Oh, here's the cleric that buys my rotten flesh. Except yeah, that's because I keep bringing raids to the base on accident, okay? There used to be a bunch of blacksmiths right here that were really cool, and a bunch of random dudes, and this is like the output of like 3 or 4 different farms right here. But then we accidentally brought a raid back to the base, and then everybody got murdered, and it was a sad day. But I have a new villager breeder I'm working on. Well, it's done. And it's pretty easy, it's pretty good. It gets like 11 some odd 12 villagers an hour is what like the theoretical perfect world, absolutely no problems at all. 12 villagers an hour is the maximum that you could possibly theoretically ever in a perfect world with perfect RNG ever do. Excuse me, Enderman, could you not? This gets like 10 point something, high 10, low 11 an hour, which is pretty good. That's basically max theoretically possible. And it's like super easy to build. You need the roof with the 2-block overhang to protect from lightning strikes. I'm sure you know because of witches, it's for chat's benefit. Now, if only there was a tutorial that could teach me how to build such a fancy village breeder. Exclamation mark YouTube. But not yet. Yeah, but it's pretty sick. It's pretty sick. Well, I got just a hole of like, but yeah, it's pretty good. It's got an on-off lever too. Farmer villagers are the best though. Oh, I shouldn't have said that yet. What's your favorite villager, and why is it farmers? Yeah, that's the question. And your answer, I'll just answer for you. Don't even bother. The answer that farmer villagers are the best is because they pick carrots, potatoes, beetroot, and wheat. They can turn the wheat into bread. They can then be used to create produce farms of all of those same things. They can be used to create villager breeders using all of the same things. And then you can take carrots and potatoes, and technically wheat and beetroot as well, but nobody cares about those because of garbage foods for garbage people. So anyway, you could take the carrots and potatoes and sell them back to the farmers who then farmed them. And then you could also build pumpkin farms. Let's see, pumpkin farms or melon farms, and sell those to the farmers as well. And then they sell you freaking golden carrots, which are the best food for a hardcore world. And I put hardcore in there because I know there are some people that would make the claim that steak and pork chop is better, but I would say for a hardcore world, golden carrots are better. And if you disagree with me, well, I'm just objectively right, so you can't disagree. It's not possible. It's not allowed. I have a breeder with a zombification and de-zombification setup. Can do 5 with 1 potion. That's pretty sick. That's my next project after this, probably. I'm kind of notorious for having a million projects ongoing at the same time, though. I haven't, like, look at this. Look at this. This is my, this is a zombie piglin gold farm that then, like, automatically runs into a quad bartering system, into a dual filter array for handling all of the drops from the bartering farm. I got it mostly done. Like, you can see we get hella zombie piglin. isn't gonna get loud. We get hella zombie piglin. Like that's pretty good. But and we just killed them, and Mobcat was taking them, so it takes them a second to start spawning. But this is pretty good. But you can see that, like, I got to a point where... Well, let's turn this back up so we can hear ghasts again. I got to a point where I was like, yeah, it works. And then I just stopped. Like, that's all of my redstone and all of my engineering and all of my everything is just right there, prime for a ghast to blow it all up. Hey, high ground with the raid as well. Dude, you guys are sick. BRB, gotta go get to 525 in hardcore so I can argue with Nims on even footing. You have to get to 569. 569 is my personal best level. That's my PB. But then I broke 2 pickaxes and I had to repair and I had to enchant 2 new ones. RIP Silky subscribe 5.0 and 6.0. But yeah, you gotta get to 569. That's what you gotta get to. 2 viewers is nothing to be ashamed of, my man. That's great. I appreciate you. So yeah. Oh yeah, and I'll show you the bartering. Here, let me pick up my rockets. It's perfectly timed and perfectly sequenced, so that way... Oh, let me add some gold to the damn thing. So if we put a bunch of gold in here, you can see that it gets pulled out 2 every 2.5 seconds, which is the same thing as 4 every 5 seconds. Well, a piglin barters an item once every 5 seconds, so we have 4 piglin, so that means we barter 4 items every 5 seconds. So the sequencing or the timing of this is set up so that way, as soon as they are done bartering, a new gold ingot is immediately dispensed. So here, this one's a good one to look at. Sometimes the gold farm can drop a gold ingot, which gives extra gold. So let's look at this one here, this close left one. So you can see here, when he does his like little handshake thing, that means he's done bartering, and the moment he handshakes, a new one is dispensed. Handshake dispensed, boom. So yeah, it's perfectly timed, it's perfectly sequenced, blah, 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 blah. So that way we don't have to worry about like item entities despawning, so specifically the gold ingots despawning from just bulk dispensing them out. That can't happen. So yeah, I got that mostly done and then just phoned it in and said, I'll just defend it against blast attacks. And now we're kind of doing the same thing with the freaking wither skeleton farm. I got it mostly done. It's running. But we still have to defend it against ghast attacks, so... That was pretty good. Oh! That was a nice little set there. Do I have a do I have a tutorial on the bartering system? I do not. It's just brute force with a bunch of repeaters, though. I can show you it real quick. Excuse you? I flew over that wall. Video game. Stay for 520? Sure. Yeah, it's legit just a... It's this. It's the most disgusting brute forcey thing ever. So it is a comparator out into a redstone torch that then powers... Well, if this torch turns on, this whole clock pauses. right? Because this signal would propagate and power everything. Otherwise, did I hear a ghast? I'm scared. I'm so scared. Otherwise, it's just a repeater clock that uses a redstone torch for like self-correcting timing. And this. It's really brute force. It is not clean or elegant at all. So, yeah, and see, okay, so the barrel's now empty, so this torch turned on, which powers everything and stops the whole system from running. So it's just like these blocks here. So like, go ahead, screenshot away. And then we also have it's a 4x system over here for collecting the items from the zombie piglins, because zombie piglins can drop, you know, swords specifically, but they can drop a lot of things. They can drop ingots, nuggets, rotten flesh, and swords. I ran into problems with let me step away a little bit. I ran into problems of bottlenecking. A single hopper cannot keep up with the number of items that this farm was producing, specifically swords, because they're unstackable. Then, so I'm like, okay, let's do 2 stacks, like 2 hopper minecarts or something like that. Or I did 2 hoppers. Nope, still couldn't keep up with it. And so then I was like, okay, let's do 4 hopper minecarts watching each corner of the kill chamber so that way I can keep up with it. And that worked. 4 hopper minecarts going into 4 unique item filters that go into 4 unique trash cans was enough for this farm to keep up with the sheer number of items. So like ingots, nuggets again, ingots. And then the same thing is mirrored on the other side. And then as for the timing of the bartering system, a piglin bartering generates 1.2 items per second on average, right? Because it depends on what they drop, but over time it will all average out to 1.2 a second. Well, hoppers can move 2.5 items per second, which means 2 piglins generates 2.4 items per second. So you have to have 2 piglin per hopper chain. That's the maximum that you could do. So if I wanted 4 piglin, I had to have 2 hopper sets, which means that I needed 2 unique sets of filters. So you could see here that the outside one goes to the left, the inside one is on the right, and then it is 2 sets of the exact same filter, just mirrored, all the way down with like columns or sets of 4, I think. Because I have 4 different item overflow points. No, that's a lie. 5 different item overflow points. So that way I don't have to worry about bottlenecking on, say, like spectral arrows, right? What if we just got 1 billion spectral arrows and like gummed up the entire system? Conceptually, once all these chests start to fill up, we'll just start to have a ridiculous amount of items going into our item destruction overflow protection. And that became a problem as well. So I have 7 different item destruction mechanics throughout this entire thing. It's a lot. And the item overflow is really easy to detect. It's just a series of hoppers that go down into double chests, and then 1 hopper that goes out to the side. So once this hopper is completely full, it can no longer pull from this hopper, which means this hopper can push over, and that would push it into the dropper, which is then the item destruction. What's with the composters? Lag reduction. I don't think it exists in 1.17 anymore, but when a hopper has a container above it, it would stop doing its suck mechanic, the thing where it pulls the items in. The suck or pull mechanic was very laggy. It checks 20 times a second, so every game tick. Not every redstone tick, but every game tick. When you have a couple hundred hoppers, that's a lot to do 20 times a second. So by putting a container on top of it, it changed it from 20 times a second to 2.5 times a second. which is, you know, what, like 85% lag reduction, kind of, because it's not quite so simple as that. But for the purposes of this, I'm going to simplify. It's not that simple, but I am simplifying here. So it's like 80% lag reduction, 85% lag reduction. But then, somewhere, I don't know when this happened, it wasn't in any change logs, the suck mechanic is still happening even if there is a container on top of it. I don't know why, but strange, it's not as big. Like, a hopper can normally suck an item like 0.95 blocks above it, so through soul sand, through honey blocks, and what have you. But if you have a container above it, it doesn't suck through the container. It pretty much only sucks if it's inside the hopper itself. So the suck area went from a big suck area to a small suck area. And after this change, I don't know what composters do for lag reduction anymore. So it used to be that it was a lag reduction mechanic, but I don't know anymore after the new changes went through at, I think they were in 1.16 when it happened, but I don't know, honestly. Why didn't you build a gold farm on the roof? I think building on the roof is a little bit cheesy. Rephrase. I think everyone can agree that getting on top of the nether roof is cheesy. You have to go through bedrock, and clearly it wasn't an intended thing. But we've all just kind of agreed that, like, it's fine. Even though it's cheesy, it's fine. I am trying to play Minecraft, at least in this hardcore playthrough, with as little cheese as possible. And so that means not getting on top of the nether. It also means not TNT duping, which is why I am clearing out most of this by hand. Yep, that's why I'm here, doing this. Oh, that was a big tree. Bedrock can't build on the nether roof? That's also true. No, I missed the block. Wait, can I get it? Maybe. Wait, I could just probably reach it from here. Yeah. Anyway, I gotta bounce, but I'll leave a lurk. Hey, thanks. I appreciate it. And thank you again for the raid. Appreciate it. I'll try to remember to return the favor. Let me hit you with a follow real quick. Wait, why didn't it open your stream in a new tab? Google Chrome, please get your shit together. Thank you. Okay. Boom. I hit you with a follow. I'll try to return the favor if I can remember. But I make no promises. That's something that we should be doing though, chat room. We're garbage at streaming, aren't we? I should be raiding people. We got 2 raids today. Am I an asshole because I don't raid people? Oh my god. If I were on the Am I the Asshole subreddit, the answer is yes. I'm having a little crisis moment, chat room. I'm the asshole. Okay, we're gonna raid somebody at the end of the stream. Does that mean no TNT duping for the perimeter? It probably does. I'm still not 100% on board with it. But like, yeah, kind of. UFO, kind of. Oh, there's like just 4 trees down here I can take out real quick. Hang on. You're only an asshole if you don't raid them back sometime. I mean, true fair. That's my man out here spitting facts. But that also is like, how many other times have we been raided? And I've just been like, thanks, and then I just end my stream and go get dinner. That's what I do every time. I go, hey chat, I'm hungry, I'm gonna go get dinner. Peace, and then I leave. Mojang has changed their mind about it. You can now link portals above the nether roof. Understand your position on it. You're not the only one who feels that way, but it doesn't make sense to be anti-nether roof but pro TNT duping. That's true. I'm just honest, very intimidated by the 6.3-ish million blocks that I've committed to here. That, I think that you have to understand that that is an intimidating number for a person. And we talked about this a little bit yesterday. With the upcoming changes to world height, adding in deep, what is it, deep slate, deep stone, shit, I don't remember. Adding in the deep stone, I think that, and no longer allowing for instant mining to happen at the lowest points in the world, I think that does change my perspective on TNT duping as opposed to top of nether. It is no longer reasonable to set up a perimeter without TNT duping post 1.18, provided that nothing changes until then. Whereas it is reasonable to just build things in the nether that you want to build on the roof. Yeah. So, as of right now, 1.17 and earlier, I agree that getting on top of the nether roof and TNT duping is very comparable. However, in 1.18, I would say that they're not. Interestingly, I'm like double checking and I'm thinking through my own opinion as I'm saying it, and I'm like, maybe they're not even comparable now. Because like getting on top of the nether just lets you do stuff instantly, no questions asked, right away with immediacy. Whereas, because what you do is you just build your thing on top of the nether, and then you build up even higher, and then you AFK above your thing, so that way the only thing that is active is the thing itself, so the gold farm. Which means that you don't even have to do anything. You just literally build your thing on the roof, then scaffold straight up, and then you AFK at the top of your scaffolding. Boom, you're done, there's no work. Whereas with TNT duping, you still have to set up, you have to create the patterning or the perimeter for the TNT duping machine itself. So it's not just like, oh hey, I just immediately do it and it's all good to go. It's like, if I wanted to set up a TNT duper right now, I have to go up into the ceiling of the nether. I have to then clear 10 blocks vertically. and then I have to clear the square dimensions of the TNT duper. So that's, you know, for the purposes of this build, 267 square space. So 267 by 267 by 10 in order to just turn on my TNT duper, which is still time and effort. Then running the duper, I have the risk of, I mean, you all warned me about this if I actually did it. I have the risk of TNT. I could kill myself. I am then dealing with like a TNT duping machine where I might blow myself up. That is a real possibility and a real threat. Getting up on top of the nether roof doesn't have that problem. Like, what, you get stuck inside bedrock? Maybe? But can't you just ender pearl spam your way out of it? And that's only the risk once. Like, every time you set up a TNT duper, you run into that same risk. I'm actually reevaluating my entire opinion on TNT dupers right now. This is having the opposite effect that I think that you think it's having, chat. Getting on top of the nether roof and using a TNT duper, I don't think are equal even now. I think that getting on top of the nether roof is way cheesier than TNT duping. Hang on, let me catch up at chat and see what you guys are saying. Regarding nether roof, also quick shout out, Grog. Thank you for just saying regarding nether roof, because I realize that this is a complicated subject and you're helping it able to parse chat. Thank you. Anyway, is it cheesy to build darkroom mobs on top of the sky to avoid lighting everything up? No, because that's not an unintended feature. I would say that getting through bedrock is unintended. For a significant period of Minecraft's history, every time a new way of getting through bedrock was discovered, it was patched in the next version. So I would say that yes, getting through bedrock is cheesing, but going above, like, getting really high in the sky, oh god, why did I do that? I would say that going high in the sky to build a darkroom mob farm is not cheesing, because it comes down to intent. Just realized that so many people, and influential ones, that stream and sell the product have embraced it so much now that it would be suicide to remove it. Oh, I agree. Yeah, you don't remove it. I agree with that point. 1,000,000%. You could do the same with the world now, though. There are mob farms made in the ocean and have AFK spots directly above to ensure that only that is loaded. I mean, again, I think it comes down to intent. I would say that the cheesy thing is getting through the bedrock. It's not necessarily the AFKing directly above it is the cheesy part. It's the going through the bedrock that's the cheesy part. Yeah, false equivalency, I think. Trying to keep up in chat while also trying to keep clearing stuff, because I really do want to get the rest of these trees out today. It is nice that I'm this far away now, though. That means that we're making progress. No, Ender Pearl spam down. Okay, okay. But still, the point stands. It's like, there's only one risk, and you bring a bunch of Ender Pearls and you spam down if you get stuck. and then as soon as you're through the first time, then it's literally never a risk again. Whereas TNT dupers have a risk every single time. I'm thinking about it as blah, 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 blah. I'm thinking about it as well, trying to think of like, oh, what about from the creator, like from the perspective of a content creator? Is getting up on top of the nether roof interesting content for the purposes of a content creator? I would say no. I would say that TNT duping is an interesting thing from the perspective of a content creator, but I would say that getting on top of the nether is not. While watching me clear 6.4 million blocks might be kind of tedious, I would say that it is much more interesting than getting up on top of the nether and then just being done with the project almost instantly. Whereas building inside of the nether creates a much more interesting project. Which also makes me double down, perhaps, on the perspective of TNT dupers. Because if I were to build inside of my nether, but then use a TNT duper to clear the nether, that is an interesting project, whereas just getting up on top of the nether isn't. Maybe I'm rethinking my perspective on TNT dupers. I don't know. Catching up on chat while I'm kind of safe. The roof happened when they were poorly staffed and not on top of things happening, so it got locked in as a technical thing to do solidly before they thought to address it. Okay, true, but you've got the sea level to 64, so your farm is at Y20, you could still build all the way up to the build limit and do the same as you would in the nether roof? Yeah. It's either making the nether twice as tall just to get rid of the feature. Didn't they do that for a bit? Or maybe that was maybe it was some YouTuber's video that I saw where they had increased the height of the nether and then showed what that would look like. I don't remember. My argument for this, getting through the bedrock. You have to search for the perfect spot on the roof that even allows you up in there in the first place. Bedrock breaking aside, interval spamming through the roof every time is still just as possible. People just break bedrock in order to make the travel easier, but portals make it possible to go back and forth as necessary. True. And like, I think it was Grog, maybe it was Casual Dad that said it. I think that removing the top of the nether roof without replacing it with something is suicide. It would be a very, very bad idea. However, I think that removing the nether roof and replacing it with something could be interesting. Conceptually, I could see, like was already been mentioned, just increasing the nether build height, or the nether ceiling height to the same as the build height. So that way you go from what is it, Y128 to Y256 of another, and so instead of it just feeling like lava to the ceiling, which is only like 80 blocks of height, you might have a nether where there are you know, much more cavernous areas that might be more interesting to move through, like terrain that's kind of like this, where like you have a stuff above you to go explore, like this ravine, but then you also still have stuff below you to go explore, like all this platform. But imagine instead of this, it's like much bigger. But then this might have new problems in that the nether would seem empty because there are so many spots that mobs could spawn, you might never run into a mob. I don't know, that might have its own problems. TNT duping gives hundreds of thousands of things that you didn't make, didn't harvest, didn't generate, didn't earn. If anything, TNT duping is far cheatier than Above the Nether. Mojang making portals above the Nether link shows that whatever it may have been a bug exploit originally, it is intended in the game design now. Thinking. Duping is a problem because again, just to use a different word, like if I duped a netherite, everyone would say I'm cheating. It's not even a question. Everyone would say I'm cheating. If I opened up a chest and inside that chest it was just full of netherite blocks, everyone is like, you cheated 1,000,000%. But thinking about the concept of a TNT duper, if I were to open up a chest that was full of TNT, well, some people might say it was cheating, and then some people might say it's not, because the value of the item was lower. However, if I told them that this actually isn't a chest of TNT, it's just it's the same amount of TNT that I duped in order to do this, there are people that would be like, oh, well, it's just a TNT duper, that's not a big deal. Whenever you think about it as like the contents of a chest, does it change the perspective? It might. I'll just come down here and get the stuff I care about. I want some more of that wood. Catch a good chat. For content creators, IMO, it's a means to the end of them, and it allows them to make new farms, generate huge amounts of block to build with, which would be the counterpoint to Casual Dad's argument as well. TNT duping gives you a lot of items and resources that you didn't work for, namely sand and gunpowder to then make TNT. You could argue, it's a little bit more removed, but you could argue the same thing of building it on top of the nether roof. Look at all this time and effort that I'm putting into clearing out manually the area around my wither skeleton farm. Ooh, look at that batch. Look at all the time and effort that I'm putting into to clear out the area around the wither farm. If I built this on top of the wither roof, or on top of the nether roof, boom, it's immediately turned on, and all the items that I get from it, I had to build it, but it wasn't, I didn't get those items by as genuinely as I would have if I had built it on the inside of the nether. That's pretty nice. Mojang did reach out to the technical community who are all on Java and were told, if you touch this, you'll lose this for good, so it's allowed to stay on Java, but to see what they really think about it, watch if they add the parity to Bedrock plus other platforms. I'd say that's fair. It's only on Java, and Java is a minority of users, true. Technical users that go up there is a tinier number still, true. It's not everybody but doing it by any measure, I agree. I would say it is a very vocal, loud few. Specifically, oh, I don't have to check that. I checked this. 17 skulls is pretty good. I would agree with that. It is a fraction of a fraction of a fraction of people that get up on top of the roof. I'd say that it's even a fraction of the people that even consider themselves redstoners or builders in Minecraft. I would say that the vast majority of people play Minecraft like an adventure game, similar to a just like a Legend of Zelda sort of adventure experience. And I've been saying that for a very long time. Most people walk around exploring it like, God, what is the most recent Zelda game? It's an exploration game. You walk through pretty biomes. You look at cool generation. You might build a farm or two because it handles the aspect of the game. It handles some aspect of the game that you don't like, but that's it. That's what the majority of people play Minecraft like, at least in my experience, which is admittedly anecdotal. But whenever I watch people play Minecraft, whenever I introduce people playing Minecraft, I try to do it as non-biased as possible, and I first observe what their natural reaction is. And their natural reaction is to walk around and just explore, to see things. Some people build aesthetic houses, but that's about it. And then I'm like, okay, well, you could get into this aspect of the game, which is this like really cool kind of like engineering concept of like building really complicated and intricate parts of the world to do things and automate things for you. And then like, nah, that just doesn't interest me. And it's like, that's fair and reasonable. I think that the majority of people don't play like redstoners do. But kind of the problem is that redstoners are the... And I don't want to overstate this because I am including myself now in this upcoming statement, so I don't think this highly of myself. I don't care about myself this much. But I think that redstoners are probably the backbone of the online content generation. Yes, there's other stuff. Like I look at people like Dream, who are doing like speed runs and alternative playthrough styles, like his Hunter series and what have you. I look at people like Green, who are primarily aesthetic builders who make really pretty things. But with those notable exceptions out of the way, I think the backbone and the majority of the content that's created is about farming, isn't it? And like redstone builds. And so if you do something that, and I think this is a point that has been made, if you do something that harms the redstone aspect of the game, you harm at least one of the backbones of the Minecraft community. I'm out of rockets. I need to go back to the overworld to get more. I wish I had a chest dedicated to these nether trees that I keep cutting down. Okay. About what I want. If you go above the nether roof without the right items to get back, you become stuck forever without cheating. That's true. But I just defer back to my argument earlier of it's only risky the very first time. After you get up on top of the nether roof once, you set up a portal, and that's it. You're done. That's the easiest thing in the world. And now you have complete unrestricted access to everything on top of the nether, with no risk, no fear, no nothing. And so for the purposes of, like, say, a content creator, I would say that that is boring because it's so simple. If we're talking Twitch, I'm not gonna, no. Twitch doesn't have metrics. And I know at least Dream is not his success does not come from Twitch. It comes from YouTube that has then been translated into Twitch. It's not the same thing. And I'm the same way. I am not a streamer first. I am a YouTuber first whose success has been translated into Twitch. Oh, video game, I disagree with that. But, and again, being just totally transparent, Tommy Innit and Ranboo are two people that I do not know them at all. Philza, however, I know is another top streamer of Minecraft on Twitch. And Philza he does do aesthetic building, but I know that he is very big into, like, farming as well. That was a very lame flight. Could I reach from here? Maybe. We'll just take out this, like, corner. How is this looking? I would like to see if we can at least notice the oh god, yes. Yes. If my bare minimum is being able to notice progress, there is significant process. Last I saw, Ilmango and Rayworks pulled 2K simultaneously. Oh, you're talking about translating success from YouTube onto Twitch? That's true and fair. However, I don't think those two are quite the example that, I don't think they're a good example. I have, this is a complicated thought, and you're gonna have to forgive me because I'm speaking plainly about another human being, and one that I respect. I don't think that Ilmango and Rayworks are particularly charismatic people, and I think that streaming requires some level of charisma to be successful at. I hope that that's not mean or rude, but that is my perspective, and I think that those are not prime examples of YouTubers converted into streamers. I don't know if I would use their metrics to judge success of Redstoners on Twitch. And again, please don't misunderstand me and say that I don't like them or I don't respect. I have deep respect for both of those guys. Those guys are very good at what they do. I just don't know if they necessarily translate into the archetypical streamer mold. And by extension, I don't think I do either, for the record. I'd argue that the biggest pull is probably aesthetic builders, seeing how Hermitcraft is one of the largest Minecraft communities, with most of the hermits have transformed mostly into aesthetic builders that will also work on redstone occasionally. I mean, I guess, yeah, that might be true. I mean, so what's the purpose of this speculation? Is it okay, so it's a challenge to my earlier statement of Redstoners are the back of the Minecraft community. I could concede that, actually. After further evaluation of this conversation, I could concede that Redstoners are not the #1 backbone. I would still make an argument that Redstoners are an integral part of the Minecraft community, but not necessarily the centerpiece. I could say that aesthetic builders are. Because whenever I think about, like, TikToks, nobody's doing, like, TikToks of, like, super simple redstone builds. Like, they are, but they're not. In order to be good for a TikTok-esque format, they have to be real simple. But the majority of things that do well on TikTok, aesthetic builds. The majority of things that go into things like Hermitcraft or large projects that get lots of views are aesthetic builds. Building, I mean, it's the whole reason that I'm looking at building like this giant hall of faces, because it's much more interesting visually to look at than the intricacies of the math that goes into a redstone build. I mean, very, very simply, imagine that you have two dry erase marker boards, and one of them has just a series of formulas and equations, and on the other one, a beautiful drawing of a hillside or countryscape or something like that. Which one of those two dry erase marker boards are people going to look at more? There are some people that you could absolutely argue are going to be very interested in whatever that formula is on the first marker board. But I think that we could all agree that we are all looking at the drawing of the countryside or hillscape on the second marker board. And I think that is the crux of what we're talking about. So still, okay, so pulling this all the way back around, I would say that aesthetic builders are probably the #1 draw into the community. And that does mostly align with my, admittedly anecdotal, experience of introducing new people to the game. So Redstoners are still an important part, but not the pivotal crux of the game. So then now pulling that back and saying, don't get on the roof, or what is the number of people getting up on the roof, and how relevant is that? So if the majority of people are mostly interested in aesthetic content, now that that's been plus minus mostly established, does getting up on the nether roof create a value or importance for those people? I just noticed I missed a block right there, and I would like to fill that in. Oh, hey, I do have some. Cool. You totally got me on that one. Those two dudes are I'm sure they're nice people, but I wouldn't say that I'm sure they're nice people, but I wouldn't describe them that way. However, I do think I would describe them as not being the most strictly like charismatic people, and it might even just be a language barrier thing, because English is not their primary language. I don't know how if I were to learn a second language, how charismatic would I be in a second language? Probably not very. So still, shout out to those two dudes for doing something in a public space in a language that is not their native language. Anyway, 18 skulls though, that's pretty good. I think that adventuring in Minecraft will be more prevalent on YouTube once a new world gen comes out. Yes and no. Adventuring in Minecraft will never come back in the grand meta space. It'll have a resurgence every now and then. So like think about when the Nether was updated, right? And all these new biomes and all these new everything was added. Bro, every single content creator was like, I'm gonna go explore the Nether now that it's new generation. Every single content creator did this. But now it's old hat. Now it's old. It's normal. Does anybody care? If I were to say, hey, we're going to go exploring the Nether today, is that a clickbait title? Whereas if the day 1.16 released, I put out a video that said, exploring the Nether. Context is relevant there. So one of those is clickbait, one of those is not. And the only difference between them is the date. So it will be temporarily relevant or prevalent, but it will never be a... I don't know why I did that. I was just jumping and hitting buttons. It'll never be a integral part of the game. I think that the most interesting part is the building. Now, whether that's aesthetic building or like redstone building, it depends on the person. It depends on the community. But even doing stuff like I'm trying to think of the words. I think that the average Minecraft player, Minecraft is still an adventuring game. It is not a game where, like, to the average player, somebody who picks it up, plays it, and then puts it down, and, like, that's their experience. To them, it is an adventuring game. It is Legend of Zelda. And this is why I want Minecraft to have more things, like more boss battles, and more generated structures. I would love, and we've talked about this at great lengths in this stream, I would love there to be like a queen bee boss. I think that it would be very interesting and fitting for the game. We already have bees, we already have Bane of Arthropod swords, we have wings and flying stuff, and we already have beehives. I think that it would make perfect sense to have a queen bee boss. I also think that it would make perfect sense to have like some spider boss. And those would give, like I said, prevalence to a Bane of Arthropod sword. And they could introduce things like having grappling hooks or bees as pets and not just a neutral mob. On and on and on the list could go. And I think that would be much better suited for the adventuring style that the majority... I missed the jump because I wasn't paying attention. To the majority of play styles that players playing Minecraft explore. I missed. Okay, I'm just a degenerate. Also, we got like a bunch of new follows, so thank you very much. I missed most of those. Shout out to, I don't even know how to say your name. Something 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 man. Dap. Oh, it's the Potato Man. That's what it is. I'm an idiot, chat room, dude. Why are we even talking about, like, these philosophical things and, like, purely unknowable things? I'm an idiot. Don't listen to me. I couldn't read The Potato Man. If you want to see a redstoner on TikTok, look up Mystic Cat. He makes top tutorial, 200,000 YouTube subs, and asks explicit permission before doing a build with somebody else's farms. I mean, that's good of him to do, but does that make him... I have, like, weird problems with that. But still, for the purposes of this conversation, he's showing that there is a community that is interested in redstone on TikTok. I mean, there's exceptions to every rule. Are there enough people like that person who generate enough content to prove that there is a comparable redstone community on TikTok as opposed to the aesthetic one? Super hostile maps with a bomb? Oh, yeah, that's true. In regards to what, though? I missed something, but... Here's a hot take. I think that getting on the roof got way more popular during Season 6 of Hermitcraft because almost all of them built farms on the roof that update. I mean, that's totally reasonable, and I mean, if you have somebody who has a significant influence over their respective community, and they do a thing, all of a sudden that thing's just gonna be more popular. That's why I think that, like, people that tell, regardless of influencer or celebrity or whatever, to stay out of politics, etc., is kind of a ridiculous take, because, like, they are influential regardless of if you like it or not. But that's a whole different ball game. They have influence, they have sway. I absolutely believe if they did something, it would be more popular. Even if it was considered a cheesy or cheaty thing to do. Moral of the story, I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's a very reasonable take. Yeah, I think that's all cleared. Oh, I shouldn't clear this stuff on the ground. Not until I'm ready to actually clear the ground under it, because all I did just now is made more spawn spots. Okay. But yeah, I would say that's pretty good. Well, we've got like 2 or 3 more trees, and then we're done. Well, this is so hard to keep up in chat as I'm doing like kind of dangerous work. I'm trying though. I really am. He's right. He has a sticker for sale that says, "Just Big Dumb Idiot." That's true. I don't think we have our shop linked anymore, but yeah. I'd argue that without adventure map creators, Minecraft is missing a key representation on YouTube. I agree with that a lot, UFO. Since, what is it, Vex is the one that was huge at making super hostile maps. Yeah. And I don't even think he streamed or made video libraries. I think he made one video per hostile map, which means he puts like thousands of hours into making the map and then makes a video or two about it. But I mean, hell, when you go into just like a world with cheats turned on, looking for a reasonable world to do this in, you have creative, survival, and adventure right there. And built into it, you have spectator, which indicates that Minecraft is probably a multiplayer game as well. But like, adventure mode is right there, and I think that that is a something that the community is sorely missing. Old schoolers like Vintage Beef still do them. Filza does, I don't know what that is, Aqua Swoop Force. Anyway, so to wrap this all the way back around into the original point of the conversation, is it cheesy to get on top of the nether roof and/or to build TNT duping machines? We could definitely now, using what we have discussed, apply that technical Minecrafters saying if you get rid of the nether roof, they'd leave. We could definitely say that's a vocal minority at this point, not a vocal majority. Hey, Captain Owl, what's up, man? With a rating a party of 4. Thanks, dude. Dude, how have you been? Nims, insight, please. My underlying question, why aren't they more widespread when most people play the game in an adventure sense? Why aren't... I think it's availability. That's my knee-jerk. Hang on. Let me think it through. I think it's availability, because adventure maps aren't immediately available or knowledgeable to the majority of players. So if I were to take my friends who I introduced to the game, I'm not introducing them to an adventure map. I'm just basically installing Minecraft on their computer and saying, have fun, go build, go do a thing. And so what they do is they look at the game systems that are immediately available to them, and then they go, okay, well, I have hunger, and so I need to eat. So then their question is, okay, where do I get food? And then their next question is, well, okay, these mobs are spawning, so how do I build shelter? So they then build themselves a dirt house. And then at some point, thanks for the new follows, I appreciate it. The Captain Owl community, I appreciate you. It didn't show up in chat. I don't know why it didn't show up on chat, but it showed up on stream. When these people play the game for the first time, I don't think that there is no system that onboards them into understanding that you could install and download and install a new map. I think that's what it is. I think that's the reason that adventure maps aren't more popular, is that there aren't systems that would onboard people into those things. Which, I'm going to speak very plainly here. It would be so fucking cool if there was a microtransaction where you could download, you could pay, I don't know, $5 to $20, right? You could pay Mojang $5 to $20 to then download and play through just a completely integrated system some sort of adventure map that has been curated and crafted specifically for the community, that has quality and is etc., etc. I think that would be cool. That would be perfect inside of a like Bedrock-esque system. And a microtransaction to play a completed adventure map. I think that if Mojang wanted us to get to absolutely not go to the nether roof, they would have already changed the height to 128, so getting there would be pointless, and so you would just be trapped there. This goes back into what somebody said earlier about Mojang approached the technical community, and the technical community said, if you do this, we quit. And regardless of the technical community necessarily being the majority of the game, the technical community is definitely still influential in the game's design process. Therefore, it has some say over aspects of parts of the game, like the nether roof. You could make the argument that Mojang doesn't like it, but was strong-armed by a loud but vocal, or a small but vocal community into not getting rid of it. Oh, I'm not gonna catch it. That looks much better. Let's see if we can... Okay, so now that we've got all of these trees removed, this was the whole point. Can we tell how bad the mob spawning is from this perspective now that we have a clear shot from... Look at all the weather boy. That's some rates, chat room. That's nice. Okay, we gotta fly away and come back. Because we were just over there, which means stuff is gonna spawn there. Actually, we fly this way, because we're not degenerates. This way is also mob-proofed-ish. So you can see all my slabbing. It snowed in the nether, chat. You mean a system very similar to Bedrock? IDK how I feel about microtransactions. Some are fine, but some quickly turns into a lot. But I'm thinking. I know nothing about Bedrock, admittedly. Can you download and play through adventure maps on Bedrock? Are they curated and crafted specifically for the purpose of either adventure mode or an adventure style playthrough? There are already systems that exist for free for adventure map. I think what others said about big servers, Terminal Dream, blah blah blah, give the same feel but in an evolved sense. Regarding adventure maps, I think big servers like Hypixel, Windcraft fill those needs, and nobody needs to have a streamer in the process to experience that. I agree, which answers UFO's question from earlier. Well, technical community or not, it's up to the player. If you don't want to use the nether roof, you don't. Like some hardcore player don't use a totem because it's cheesy. Yeah, I could agree with that. The totem might be undoing what it means to be playing in a hardcore world. Even though I've still almost died with a totem, but it's fine. I'm thinking about trying to get up there just so I can see a little bit better. But this looks pretty good. I see 1, 2, 3, maybe 5 mobs over there. Now watch more spawn as I get closer. Yeah. So we definitely need to push this back a bit more. But, like, look at how many mobs are here. That means that we're doing a pretty good job about isolating the spawns to being mostly this area. And if we pull this back 20 blocks, 30 blocks, maybe even up to this like wall face here, I bet the rates of our wither skeleton farm skyrocket. I bet they skyrocket. Catching up a chat though. Hang on. Let me catch up in chat from inside the wither farm. Look at these rates. Look at that. That's pretty good. $19 skulls. That's pretty good. Yeah. So, while I agree that it's up to the player, I'm not talking. So the point of this conversation is to basically test my feelings or my resolve against doing certain things. I very clearly don't have a problem with using a Totem of Undying in a hardcore playthrough. Very clearly. I traditionally, me personally now, have an aversion to using TNT duping and getting up on top of the nether roof. Because I think those are too cheesy for me personally. So now I'm trying to evaluate my opinion because we have a serious question here. For this farm to be good, I need to be responsible for 6.4 million blocks. There's a very serious question about using a TNT, like a flying TNT duper or like a world eater to clear out at least part of that 6.4 million blocks. And so that's the point of these questions. I am evaluating my experiences to see then if I want to change what I do. I don't think Mojang changes anything, for the record. I think that Mojang should still allow people to get up on top of the nether roof. And I think that as they continue to try to bring parity between Bedrock and Java, I think that they should allow people on Bedrock to get up on top of the nether roof, because that is a bog standard thing to do for at least a portion of the community. And I think that it is then up to individual perspectives to choose whether or not to do it. But I don't think that Mojang should be the arbiter in that. But the microtransaction adventure map thing is like Skyrim's Creation Club. They're just paid mods, but all the good mods are still free. Well, I think about that again, and like, I think about something like Super Mario Maker, where the whole intent of Super Mario Maker is to allow the community to make Mario maps. But then you have Nintendo, who themselves made the like ninja speed runs. They only made, it was a very limited time thing. They only made 20 of them. But I think about those ninja levels. They were released for free to people that own Super Mario Maker. And I think about those speedruns, and I think that there was a general sentiment among that community where they were missed once the Nintendo stopped releasing them. They released like one every 3 weeks or something until they released 20, and the 20th was their last one they ever released. If Nintendo continued to release levels like that, and I don't know, you paid like 99 cents for a level or something like that. Or like 99 cents for a set of 5 or something, I don't know. Is that absolutely the worst? I don't know, maybe it's bad, but it might also not be terrible because like the core version of the game still exists. and it's just supplementary content that's completely, totally optional. I don't know. This is for a part of Minecraft that I haven't played in a long time, adventure maps. I don't know if it might not be healthy, because it might create a system where like the traditional part of the game dies and everybody just obsesses over the next map release, and then there's this like weird community pressure to buy map release after map release until it becomes an unfeasible thing where nobody can keep up because it's too expensive, and the wall to join all of the maps is you have to then buy like 30 map packs or something like that. I think back to like the first series of like I don't know if shooter games still do this, but they have like a number of maps that comes with the base game, and then they released 3 or 4 new maps as a map pack that you have to pay for. I don't know if they still do that. I haven't played like a shooter like that on the console in a long time. But that used to be how it was done, and that was not a very good thing. But it would be pretty freaking cool if there was some sort of integrated way of introducing people to like custom adventure maps. Someone brought up earlier the idea of Hypixel or Winecraft and I can't say it. You know what I'm talking about. The problem with things like those, again, is those are not community facing. Nobody who's being introduced to the game for the first time ever knows what they are. If I were to go pull Candy Rabbits down onto the stream and I was like, Candy Rabbits, do you know what Hypixel is? And she's gonna be like, the hell you talking about? There's nothing. And so that's where it would be nice to see something like a officially sponsored or endorsed thing to introduce the community at large into more than one way of playing the game. In this case, adventure maps. I'm less worried about tons of maps, more worried about the success of maps leading to microtransactions and other senses, like getting netherite plus armor behind a paywall. Yeah, that's fair. I mean, honestly, real talk, if I paid, I don't know if this is allowed inside the TOS for Minecraft, but let's say I had to pay Vex, who made a lot of the great Capture the Map maps, CTM maps, or Complete the Monument, not the Capture the Map. What did I just say? Complete the Monument maps. If I had to pay that guy $5 to download a map, I fucking would. That guy made quality content that a lot of people, myself included, then made additional content based on. I played through Ragecraft and Inferno Mines. Vex might not have made Ragecraft. Still, point stands. So if Mojang made their own equivalent of Inferno Mines or Ragecraft or any of the other adventure maps, and charged a couple of dollars for them, I would say that is very reasonable. And I would think that that would probably be a good thing for the game, too. Because imagine the interest. Like if I were to tell my friends, who I have introduced into the game in my personal life, hey, I know that you've, kind of run around and done all this stuff, but let me tell you that there's, a very clean, concise Legend of Zelda style map, but it's Minecraft, Would you play it with me if it was only $5? Yeah, I would think that answer is yes. Hell, that might be interesting to just do, period. Like, if I were to get Candy on Discord, and then, like, Candy and I were to play through an adventure map together, that would be interesting, right? I think all I've done now is convince myself that Mojang needs to officially release their own officially sanctioned adventure maps. I am convinced of that. And charge, I don't know, between 99 cents and $5 for them. That's just my take. Or mods. Hey, I see you, eyebrows. The adventure map stuff is being served in Minecraft dungeons. No, I disagree. Hey, AA, tier 2 sub, 17 months! Thank you very much, man. I appreciate it. That's a tier 2 sub, chat room. That's real generous. But I disagree with the point of Minecraft Dungeons serving the same adventure itch in the Minecraft universe as a Ragecraft. There is something different about Minecraft PvP. Minecraft is more like, and this might be a hot take, Minecraft PvP or PvE is more like Fortnite than it is like Minecraft Dungeons. Where being able to integrate like quick building, right? And you see people do this stuff all the time and then like attack down or like bait people into jumping off an edge and then like, oh hey, now you just fall because I put a wall up that you aren't gonna land on. Like, that's what Minecraft PvP or like high-end PvE is like. It's not dungeons. It's more like Fortnite. $21 skulls, chat room, 21 skulls. But UFO is yes, I vote we do an old adventure map. It would be fun. I would love to do it again. I'm kind of feeling hardcore right now, but like when this starts to slow down and like I'm kind of feeling that like, not burnout necessarily, but just a little worn of it, we should definitely do an adventure map. Anyway, I'm hungry, chat room. Let's find somebody to raid and raid them. Before we do, does anyone have any suggestions? Streamers that are roughly our size and in the Minecraft space that we could raid? Okay, we're gonna go here, desktop, find people in the, say, 10 to 50 viewer category. So boom, right here. Preferably in adventure, so not playing like Hypixel. No minigame people. Probably light mods. What is this? Okay, Bed Wars, skip. I wouldn't raid somebody you haven't watched before. Hang on. Isn't there a way of filtering? Search. Would it be Minecraft? There's a way of filtering by tags. Is it up here at the top? Oh, hey, look at this. Okay, I'm a degenerate. I don't know how this website works. Okay, permadeath. Boom. All right. Okay, so it goes quick. Okay. What's this guy? The hardest playthrough ever. Oh, we get an ad. Okay, we'll let that ad play through while we wait. This is some sort of like thing. 1.18 hardcore? Okay. Daily stream, day 3000. Jeez, dude. This guy's way more attractive than I am. Shit. If I raid him, you'll never come back to me.
Have a bow so we can check. See what the best enchantment is. Oh, I'm an idiot. You're asking which one is better.
Okay, I should mute him. Okay, yeah, we'll raid this guy. It's fine. He's a little bit bigger than I expected, but it's okay. Okay, boom. And he hasn't gotten banned over raiding 200 or 300 days. Sure. How do you raid? I don't even know. Raid channel. Okay, boom. Raid someone else doing hardcore? This man is doing hardcore. He's doing 1.18 hardcore. What are you talking about? It's right there. It's the second word at his title. Okay, I'm out. I'm gonna go get dinner, chat room. Thanks for hanging out with me today. Before I hit the enter on this raid button, Double A, Captain Owl, High Ground, and Ginger Kitty, and Miss Castle. Thank you for the love and support today. I really appreciate it. So, I'm putting that love forward. I'm putting it forward. Here we go. Pushing the button. Join the Discord. Do that too. See ya.